Hello friends, welcome. Cycle 48, day 23, almost at the end of cycle 48. At the very tail end of this drought meter right here. But hopefully you're all having a fantastic Saturday or possibly early Sunday, depending on where you are in the world. Hello, hello, hello. We got a good group in chat so far today. Let's see. Who have I not said hello to? Proving Deathbringer 3D6. That's a D&D name if I ever saw one. Hello to you too. Battery Smooth, hey, thanks for joining Beard Boosters again. Really appreciate it. Kurt, James, good to see you both. Luca, hello. Anybody else I missed? Hyroot Timber Gamer, hey, welcome. I think that's everybody that's said hi in chat. But if you haven't said hi, welcome as well. Glad to have you here. I don't know how far we're going to be able to get today, but we are pretty close to quote-unquote being finished with this playthrough. There's a couple more things I'd like to do. We have a couple of monuments that would be nice to build, and some other decorative type stuff we could mess with in getting bots and all of this stuff completely, I guess, replanted. But other than that, we're just chilling today. Gonna have a good time. Hey, Josh. YouTube's somehow on the ball. Also, just for reference, I've been sitting on the channel, and the second you went live, I got the notification ping. Well, that's good to see. Sometimes YouTube is stupid. Sometimes it's not. Perfect pronunciation of my first name. Challenge you to try and pronounce my surname. Is it Zoik, or is it the CH, like the ch sound? Jackie P, absolutely remember you. Hey, Roy, glad to see you again. Amazed to see how much you've done on a little map. Yeah, it's pretty bonkers when you take a step back and consider that all of this was pretty much land all the way up to here, and we built I don't even know how many stories this technically is. But yeah, we've been busy. We got a lot of stuff done. So we've got our blueberries planted down here. We've got coffee bushes. We've got dandelions. Although realistically, we're not going to need that many dandelions as we get more bots on board to do different jobs. So the dandelion patch will gradually get smaller and smaller, and we'll see what we end up putting there. Next challenge: is it possible to make it is it possible to make it lag as much as CS2 with 1,000 people? You know, they actually did put a patch out for City Skylines 2 a couple days ago that has improved performance reasonably, but still not what it needs to be. Trying to decide if tomorrow's stream is going to be Satisfactory or Cities. I can't decide quite yet, but we'll be doing something. That one will be later in the day because I've got some quote-unquote real job duties to do in the afternoon. Jackie P says, grown even more. Yeah, it's wild. The amount of progress both in this map and channel in general in the past month or two. Update 5 came out for Timberborn, and then everybody and their mom started watching videos, which is awesome. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. Kurt says, I vote Satisfactory. Battery Smooth. CS2 performance patch, they removed the people. Sarcastic comment there. But, yeah, it's funny. They doubled down on the whole the people aren't the problem thing for all the lag. Meanwhile, the models have, I don't know, 43,000 triangles or something in them. And they got individual teeth. I don't need to see individual teeth on people in a city builder game. But... Just for the channel, not sure how it affects growth, but I'm sure people don't like troubleshooting for an hour. So some people do, but yeah, most people don't. That first stream has gotten a pretty good amount of views. It's just really disappointing we couldn't get more done because, well, it's kind of annoying to just watch somebody tinker with something and not actually accomplish anything. So that being said, we should probably actually get going here. Got a couple suggestions since last stream, one of them being that we should replace these levees with the powered levees, so we have the power just go in through this side. And I like that idea. I think we want to do that. But these over here, it doesn't matter, because this is already like this. I'm not going to tear it down and rebuild it, but instead of having this go through here, I think it's probably going to be best for us to drag it through here, or at the very least put it on some side platforms, or use the fantastic Battery Smooth official Shaft Bridges mod to send it across into the front of one of these things. So we would have to find a good place to do that, but I think overall it's probably best for us to just have it go through here. Yes, the models have individual teeth, and I don't think JulyFlame's in here, but we were talking about that in the Discord, and apparently, for those of you not up to speed on things, Paradox, Colossal Order, I always forget which one is which as far as producer and game studio, but they're making I shouldn't say a Sims clone because it's a different game, whatever, not technically a clone, but they're making a game that is basically intended to be in the same vein as The Sims, and supposedly they wanted to fully integrate it with Cities Skylines 2, which would be kind of a neat thing. Honestly, I think that's kind of cool, but it can't come at the expense of performance of a city builder game. I don't care if people have individual teeth. I'm not going to look at them. I want the game to be stable, and I want it to run right, and I want to be able to build stuff without having to be at 5 frames per second on a smaller resolution than my monitor can handle. Anyway, my God, Kurt, I'm not reading that. Also, no. The best attempt at it I've heard so far. Well, then what's the correct pronunciation? Just make them like little paper dolls. Yeah, City Skylines 1, I didn't think had bad-looking people models. They weren't great, but I'm not the kind of person that's going to sit there and just, you know, follow people around forever unless I have to go to the bathroom and need something to occupy stream for a couple of minutes, which I did a couple times when we were streaming that game. Better 43,000 polygons than 43,000 teeth. This is an Attack on Titan. Someone... Oh, battery smooth. You're very close. You're very close to the line on that one. for me wanting to read it versus not read it. Let's make JC add gag ads for your mods. Oh, that would be funny, like fake sponsor spots. Now, fortunately, I studied multimedia production, so I absolutely could. I don't think I want to do that, though, because some people were getting kind of testy about the amount of ads that YouTube was serving, which I had no idea they were serving so many mods until, like, yesterday. Oh, man, I can't remember who it was, but it was one of the beard boosters. Forgive me. Left a comment on one of my videos like, hey, like, I don't want to... In the same kind of vein as, hey, I really don't mean to complain, but... I've been getting ads every 5 minutes. I'm like, oh, well, that's no good. I don't want that. So then I went into and I looked at the video, and YouTube had put 23 ad breaks in an hour and 15-minute long video. I was pissed. I was absolutely irate. So then I went through, like, I don't know, 24 videos and took out a whole bunch of ad breaks that they'd put in there. I was like, nobody wants that. No, absolutely nobody wants to sit through that many ads. This stream brought to you by the Clutch mod. Nobody uses it ever. I have it installed. I haven't unlocked it, but now I have. Just for you. We'll put that in. We'll put that in today. Don't let me forget. But I'll put the Clutch in there. And that's like the perfect thing, honestly, to put in like the bottom here, since we have all these engines. If you had the Clutch able to be automated by, I admittedly have not looked at it, but if you had the Clutch able to be automated based on season for droughts or whatever, or even just like a straight up timer, I feel like that would be really useful to just automatically turn the engines on during a drought and off during a temperate cycle. That'd be kind of cool. Clutch has pretty much only one use, number crunchers. Well, hey, that's a good use for it. And before I know someone's going to ask, I'm not building one here. We don't need it. We just absolutely don't. Got to give the BioBeavers something to do. Speaking of, we've got 15 unemployed bots. So let's have them do something, shall we? I don't need them in the engines. Don't want them in the engines. Farmhouses, all but one, and now they're all bots. Fermenters are all bots. Food factories are all bots. Gear workshop, that's 1,000. Hauling post. I don't have power all over the map quite yet. Although this isn't really that big of a map, so I probably shouldn't worry about it. I've got charters here, here, and up here, so it might actually be okay to put them in the hauling post. Lumber mills are already there. Inventors can't be there. Oil presses, packing plants, paper mills, printing presses, smelters. What about my explosives factories? Or do I not even have... Oh, I got one. Oh, I can't afford that. So maybe we'll just make the haulers all bots. Because that's already unlocked, so... That'll give us... Yeah, now we got 30 unemployed beavers. 31. So we'll see what happens with that. Alright. Now, before I get rid of our terraforming station, I do need to make sure that there is no more terraforming that needs to be terraformed. And there are a couple of spots right here. Man, that mechanical noise is so loud. This right here needs to be terraformed. And then where these power shafts are going across, it needs to be terraformed. Other than that, that's already empty. That's already empty. That's insignificant. Probably is about time for us to start replacing, especially since this is a drought. Should be about time to start replacing these with... Can they get across the other side? Yes, it's just inconvenient. Yeah, we got plenty of everything. Can I just delete this? All like this? I hope I didn't trap any beavers. Okay, there we go. Alright, so the idea is I want to be replacing these with the, what do you call them? Yep. That is the scientific term. Powered levies. Powered levies. Say that 5 times fast. I don't need universals. I just need the regular ones, so let's unlock that. And I'll just have all of this be regular powered levies. This one is going to have to be universal because it's going to connect up here. And then to send this inside to where the houses connect, I'm going to have a... Oh, that's kind of a curious way for me to do that. Why did I do that? I can't stand that rotating noise. That's got to go away. And all of that can be universal powered levies. That can be a regular powered levy. Rotate it the correct way. Yeah, and then since this is already not being used, what I can do, this is the horizontal junction. This is already a universal power shaft, so that is going to make it real easy. What is underneath here? I'm going to have to strip this down. Okay. Yeah, I like this. Let's put in... It's not going to let me go sideways without having a platform here. I don't know if it's going to let me even put one of those. Oh, what? 1 by 1? I think this is the one I want. Yes, we'll put that there. Then a universal power shaft. Then on top of that, another universal power shaft. And then we can just have our... That's a vertical. We can just have this guy right here. This guy right here. And this guy... Nope. Right here. And that will connect to our little transmission thing right here. That'll all be good to go. We'll put our stairs back in. I need to probably just have this come back. And by stairs, I mean the what do you call them? Yep, scientific term. Ladders. As long as I'm not blocking the door, which I don't think I am. Yep, there we go. And back in the paths go. All the way down here. And then all we have to do is connect this to this. So what we'll do there, I will read chat in a second. Just let me get this figured out real quick. I think that's what I've got to do. This is going to be ugly, but I don't think we care. All right, so that is going to go there. That's already universal. That's fine. Then universal power shafts. Or, you know what? It doesn't have to be universal. I can just put in the high power shaft to save myself a little bit of juice. Now, whether or not they're going to be able to put this in because the stairs are here is going to be a different question entirely. But that should get our power connected nicely. And there we go. So what kind of nonsense have you guys been saying in chat, or have you behaved? Let's find out. Regarding the correct way to pronounce it, I only find results for an American baseball player, which obviously gives you the English way of saying it, but no luck so far the German way. Well, I thought that I took 3 years of German in high school. Does not mean I'm good at it. Definitely not, and that was a long time ago. But I always thought the EU sound was like a oi or like a or something. Forgive me. This was 2009 was the last time I was in a German classroom. I have not spoken it in a long time. Should be Z as in... Okay, now... Oh, no, German word for 10. If you want me to behave, just start a conversation about language and I get serious. Oh, noted for future reference then. Okay. Planks are stuck in there. Dirt's stuck in there. So I have 163 dirt. Where's the other dirt? Is it buried all the way over here? Oh, yep. Sure is. But we should have enough to get all of that taken care of, so that's good. This is all connected still. There's just no water coming through quite yet because this has not filled up. So if I open this, we've still been in single mode the whole time. Yeah, this has to come all the way up here, so I don't think we need to worry about it. I'll just set it back to 1.5. Nothing's drying out yet, so we're fine. All right. That's being dynamited and replaced with a dam because somebody had a comment last time about, hey, why did you put the inlet for this at the very end of this trench? It should be much further up. So instead, I'll put an inlet and an outlet so we can kind of get a little bit more flow going through. And then these two dynamite blocks right here, I was reluctant to get rid of during a drought because this was just going to drain unless it had water coming into it. What's the off topic of the day? How to pronounce German names. Yeah, sounds about right. Kurt, what in the world are you talking about? What's the German word that means a face in need of a fist? I don't know, but they got a word for everything. I don't know what it is, but there is supposedly, I don't know, was it 86 letters long or something? There's a like one of their hybrid combined words for meat packing regulations or something. German's a fun language. Flooding? Holy... How this should not... Oh. I may be stupid. I took all these levees out. All right. All right. Oh my god, man. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. That is that's bad news. Oh, come on. Well, at least none of the crops died, because they definitely would have if they were here. Oh, okay. Like the new water park. Yeah, it's pretty big, pretty expansive. At least we're making power now. Kind of. And of course, none of the engines can run because they're all flooded. You mean the... I'm not even going to try to pronounce that, but... Yeah, that sounds about right. It was in place until 2016. The regulations were the name for the regulations. It makes perfect sense. But if you know a little bit of German, you can pick out the different parts of that word that actually mean different things, and you can understand how they put that together, which is kind of cool. But I'm so glad English does not work like that. That would be a nightmare to try and keep up with. The regulation itself, gotcha. Yeah, I'm actually surprised how much of that I understand. Yeah, the map is getting moist, you are correct. Wet fur should actually be, yeah, almost everybody's got it. Conveniently. Can you say moist? Moist. Yes, I absolutely can say moist. It is a fantastic word. Alright, so we got water coming out here. We're still flooded, but... Oh no, it's going to be flooded forever. Oh no, until we get this universal powered levee put in place. Alright, that's now priority number 1. To get these two specific ones. You can't clip it. So where are you that like YouTube has taken away all of the functions? Did you say Montenegro was where you were? I can't remember. Or I guess surprise accidental technically doxing you. But yeah. Well, you put it in the Discord, so I assumed it was fine. Mashed potatoes are moist. That's the best kind, man. With a little bit of the lumps in the skin left, use the red potatoes to do it. That's choice. That's good stuff. Literally a stone's throw away. We're the same country until 2006. Oh, that's right. I'm not that up to speed on Eastern European political activity. How do they not have premium? Yeah. See, I don't... That's so weird, though, that if you have premium on your account, but you go to a country that doesn't sell it to their people, that you can't still use it. I mean, I guess on some level, from a programming perspective, it makes sense, but... I don't know, that's kind of dumb. Is it like a kind of sound, but maybe not that moist? Like more of the back of the tongue than just a ch. I got to get back in the classroom. Oh yeah, I got it right. So it's zoch. Well, you didn't hear that. That was a terrible attempt at pronouncing. It'll be a political law policy reason rather than programming, I imagine. Okay, makes sense. What's odd is that it's such a small country. It shouldn't be too hard for 500. That is a small country. There are, I want to say, there's a county in the metro Atlanta area in the state of Georgia where I live that I think has that many people in it. Outside of, like, the city itself. I am doing well. Thank you for asking. Alright, so we're no longer flooded because I put this back in. And, well, theoretically we're no longer flooded. A couple of these are still showing as being a little moist down here, but that water should go away sometime soon. And we're putting the rest of these powered levees in, waiting on planks, but we do have them. They just have to go grab wherever those are. These coffee bushes are being removed. I forget what we were going to put here. I think maybe eggplants, and then over here is going to be something else. But we do have plenty of coffee. We need to have some more storage for the beans before I get rid of stuff. So what can I move around? Fermented cassava, soybeans, mushrooms, algae rations. What's under here? That's books, pine resin, explosives, and paper. What's under here? I think this is all industrial piles, yes. Okay, what was this? Mushrooms and corn. See, I just don't remember. It's been so long since we started playing this. I have forgotten most of what we've done. Gears, meal replacement shakes. Yeah, I remember those things when we could still make those. Okay, I don't think we need this many for meal replacement shakes, so I will make storage for coffee beans. We'll, yeah, we'll do that. Man, there's still a lot of water down there. It'll dry out eventually. But if we have storage for coffee beans, that's large enough for us to start actually harvesting the rest of this. Then I think we'll be in pretty good shape. Regulation with a funnily long name basically means beef labeling supervision duties delegation law. Well, even that by itself is a little superfluous. The law that transferred the task of supervising beef labeling. Well, hey, gotta hand it to them. They're thorough. Alright, did we plant? We did not. There's a few more. Oh, they can't reach this. That's why. So we have to now unplant all of these because then they can naturally spread. There we go. No storage space available for planks, huh? Oh, I need to put this before we get the little baby trees planted in here automatically again. Just making sure none of these are new. There we go. Because remember, we were going to bring this all the way down and then just have this go completely straight across all the way here. Well, hey, Paul. Thanks for the 5 gifted memberships. See who got them. MallesBixie, Mitchell Walker, the I Heal Me, Michael Shelley. Is there a 5th name? I don't see a 5th name yet. But I believe most of those, except Michael Shelley, were all previously Beard Boosters. So welcome back, folks. And Michael, welcome aboard. Got some emotes down there for you, and you get access to all the videos the night before. Well, by my time, the night before. Those people who are in Australia get to get them in the middle of the afternoon instead of the middle of the night, which I have heard is very convenient. Yeah, I don't see a 5th name attached to that though, which is very strange. So I guess it just has to hunt for one more person that has the receipt thing turned on, which I guess would be a good time to remind everybody that there is a setting that you can turn on in your account to allow gift membership receiving. I don't know where it is, but you have hopefully the ability to do that. Unless you have a very old YouTube account that is classified as a brand account, you're not allowed to get them on that, which is dumb. That's something that people have had to deal with here a couple times. Very kind of you to upload in the afternoon for your Australian viewers. Yeah, you know, I just sitting here in the East Coast of the United States, basing everything I do about the needs of Australians. So very considerate like that. Already did. YouTube told me to enable it or else. Okay, well, it is randomized based off of who does not already have one. So there is a pretty good chance that someone does it again, you will probably get one. Although, who was it? Who was it before that we were waiting, I don't know, 3 or 4 streams for them to finally get a gift membership? Was that Hoffmeister? Because I think he was either on a brand account or he was on something that seemingly wasn't letting him get one. Yeah. Okay, that sounds right. But yeah, no, appreciate it, Paul. Thank you very much. Always grateful for the support. This is almost done. Got a couple more of these to put in, as well as all of this fun stuff here. And then we can get rid of our little crosswise thing here, fill in the hole, and then we'll be in pretty good shape to move forward here. We just got to let them harvest the rest of these trees. We don't have a lot of wood, so I don't know. Oh, okay. All of the storage is full, and it's not prioritized by haulers yet. So if we enable that, then these guys can get back to work. I don't know why I didn't have that turned on. We got 4 extra bots currently. Let's see if we can assign them to anything. Ah, the bot assemblers. Yeah, they got to be in there. Got to have those guys in the bot assemblers. I think like 40% of memberships that month were us trying to get Hoffmeister green. Yeah, that sounds about right. There was one month you guys just went nutso with those things. I think we had that was the month we went from like, I don't know, 20 to like 115 members in the span of like 3 weeks. That was the month I had to introduce the scrolling screen, yes. Voted for tiny font? No. No, people got to see their name. Hey, I'm nearsighted. Negative 7.5 in both eyes. My glasses are like $600 a pair. I know about nearsighted. So that's the one thing you're not going to get over on me with that. Yeah, I told you it's bad. How long have you been playing the game? In general or just this playthrough? Because this playthrough, this is episode 12. We average about 2 or 3 hours a stream, so this is close to a 35 or 40 hour playthrough. But in general, Timberborn I bought in, I think, September of 2021. And then immediately started making videos about it. I think I might have played an hour before I started making videos. And if you watch the first series on the channel, you can tell I had no idea what I was doing. But I have about 450 hours in the game total. Almost every second of me playing the game has been uploaded to the internet, for better or for worse. That's why you don't let people know where you live. Someone could rob you in the middle. I'm not... Okay, I have glasses. I'm not blind. Someone could rob you in the middle of the day and you just see shapes moving. I mean, that is kind of what it's like. Can I request that my name on the Beard Booster screen be size 8 font? I mean, that might actually be more of a pain than it's worth because of the way the formatting of the scrolling titles in Premiere works. But since you asked, I can't do it in the description. That's all the same size font for everybody, but we can maybe mess around with that if I remember tonight when I'm recording tomorrow's video. Gotta say, I really enjoy your style. No annoying music in the background, just playing gameplay. Yep, that's the way I like it. I would rather see the full experience of playing the game and not having just random cuts everywhere. Because then, how are you going to know how somebody did something? They say, all right, we're going to do this, and then it cuts, and they've done like 20 hours of gameplay. Like, well, how'd you get there? Part of the fun of playing the game is actually playing the game, and not just the end result. I have more fun actually building stuff than I do looking at it. Same way with stuff like model kits and everything. Once it's done, you're just like, all right, now what? But I appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Gotta say, that's a very German comment. Reminds me of Minecraft videos and off-screen mining. Yeah. Yeah, somebody actually left a comment suggesting that I do that. I'm just like, all right, well, you're allowed to have an opinion. That's fine, but I'm not going to do that. That's just not the style of video that I like to make or watch necessarily. Sometimes you do need to condense things, and that's why I was doing time lapses in the Austria videos and everything else. But I think we're pretty close here. Once we have these things put in, we can get rid of our little intermediary bit. Fill this in, and then I believe we'll be done with terraforming, at least for the foreseeable future. And I was going to replace this with, I believe, farms. Or maybe a little bit more in the way of pine. Or maybe a little bit less in the way of pine. I actually don't remember. Does anybody remember why I was unplanting this area? Have a lot of injured beavers. How many medical beds? Oh wow, I do have 14. Medical beds, I have a few. I actually don't remember where they are. I don't think it's going to tell me. Because we have a healer. And I know I put them somewhere. I just don't remember where it is. Are we out of berries? How are we out of berries? They're right here. Come on. Harvest the berries. You can replace them with wood, not pine. Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, in that case, wood it is. Because we have so much pine resin, I don't think we're really going to need it. I'll just have 2 rows of the pine trees here then. We'll do that. I guess I could uncut these 3. That's probably fine. Because I was going to move all of this all the way back. Alright, this needs to be blown up. See, we're getting there. We're making progress. It's just slow. Germans have an amazing sense of humor, and I'm not... Yeah, absolutely. But you have to be, like, in a certain mindset to appreciate it if it's not something you're used to, but it can be very, very funny. I love cynicism. It drives people crazy. But that's just some of the funniest humor to me. German humor, it's no laughing matter. Okay, that's British humor right there. You guys are funny. That's why this is so much fun to do these streams. We just have a fun time. Nobody gets mad or like angry or yelling at people. You guys do a good job. You're a good audience. I appreciate it. All right, let's get rid of this stuff. Now, I did also say that I was going to want to replace all of these with the metal ladders, metal platforms, so we could hang stuff off of them. Like a whole bunch of these things. The rooftop terraces. That sounds like fun, huh? So let's do that. But I got to make sure I can I can actually have this done in chunks so that the beavers aren't all homeless all the time. Got to make sure we have enough in the way of our metal production, which we only have 560. Really? We only have 564 metal? I think we need some more storage. Because this is pretty full. How are we doing down here? This is for logs. That's for logs. That's for scrap metal. That's for scrap metal. More logs. More logs. Metal blocks. Metal blocks. I'm going to change this over to metal blocks and this over to metal blocks. I think we'll be fine not having a completely full wood storage. Alright, did I see another thing I could replace? No, I don't see it. In Bavaria, where the trees are made of wood, what else would the trees be made out of? Wrench Dozer says, I realized I have a brand account, no idea what that is. I created my account in 2007. Yep, my original YouTube account, well, I guess technically not my original YouTube account, but the first one I actually used and posted on I made in 2007. And I think it counts it as a brand account, but it's just one of those things that YouTube did. For some reason, they decided that all of those accounts had to be different. Maybe the way you signed up or what options you selected or what type of channel it was, then they would turn it into a brand account, which means you don't have access to certain things. I don't know why it's dumb, but that's unfortunately just the way they decided to do it. You have to, and this is under the condition of me leaving forever. Yikes. Just watch Monty Python Bavaria. I will have to remind me on Discord later. I'll have to look that up. I've probably seen it like a long time ago and I just don't know it by name. I shall use the do it or leave card this once. Keeps teasing his secret original YouTube account. I mean, there's nothing on there, so. As a North German, I'm required by law to talk. You know what about South Germany? That's funny. I guess everybody really is the same worldwide in that regard. Alright. I need them to come get this log so I can put explosives down here. There's actually a couple of these spots. But once we have this all flattened out, it's going to look quite nice. Be very, very straight through here. Alright. We got platform, platform, platform. They can all come out. Is there water inside? Looks like there is. So we might get a little bit of flooding when we fill this in, but that's fine. We'll get that done, and then we'll be in really good shape. We'll move this terraforming station, and by move I mean remove it, get rid of it entirely. And we'll have a bunch of farm space down here, and we can finally get back to a bunch of this, because pretty much all these beavers are eating right now is fermented mushrooms and algae. And, well, now that literally is the only thing they have, because we haven't really been growing anything else. Coffee storage, I think it's going to be fine. Berries, it's curious about the amount of berries. But I guess what I will have to do is just remove all this and start planting more eggplant down here. So we do have farms. They can reach almost all the way over here, but they can reach everywhere they need to reach. So we'll just get them rocking and rolling with that. Good idea for a mod, building relocation tool. That sounds like that would cause problems with the way the game works, but hey, I don't know anything about modding. So if you want to take up that challenge, go right ahead. I will not stop you. U.S. has similar regulations for North and South of Jersey. Yeah, pretty much any state, honestly, is going to talk trash about people from other parts of the state. Or states will talk trash about other states with things that are just, like, objectively, verifiably false, but nobody cares because it's funny. Like, the entire nation hates the city of Philadelphia, but also, like, not really. It's just kind of a meme. You're telling me there's some problems between the North and the South? Yes. No, that's never happened. Definitely not. Yeah, don't look up history between 1861 and 1865. Nothing happened. JC's pulling a Sky Store, making you think he forgot it, but it's actually as part of his grand master plan. I mean, I'm not that smart. I do actually forget stuff. All right, planting more of these. How? 12%? You know what? I'm just going to kill this one. Get rid of it. And we'll replant it as an oak tree. No, Now come collect this disgrace of a tree here. Ah, you dogs. It's not accessible. Ugh. Fine. Fine. We'll let it grow up and then chop it down. If that's how it has to be. Alright, dynamite here. How close are these? 68%. Alright, that's going to be irritating. Alright, they filled this in, so I think we're good. I'm going to get rid of our industrial piles first. Is there a path here? There is. So that's fine. I don't think we're going to need this ladder here, because they can just come in from this one. And it's probably going to be almost entirely farms anyway. But this is already these 5 farms, for the most part, can access most of this. Plus we have these 2 down here. So they should be okay if I don't build any more. I might still build a few more just in case, but I believe for right now we are good to go. So down go the platforms after I take the path off. There we go. Come on. Oh, it's not going to let me because there's a path. Sorry, now there's a bunch of junk on the ground to pick up. Let's grab that, and goodbye. Path, come on. Path goes here. Get rid of this. Look at this. Beautiful. We have so much space for activities now. Why doesn't it not let me click on stuff? All right. Eggplants. Never have too many of those. Here comes another drought. We're going to have to be careful how we let this fill up. So I'm going to go ahead, dynamite this, and then replace it with levees. They should be able to do this pretty quickly here. Because this will never empty because it has water coming into it. But when the drought happens, that's not going to be a thing. So we've got to make sure they get this done. So let's prioritize these 2. We are getting closer and closer to having this all ready to go. I kind of don't want to wait for these to finish growing, honestly, but that'll be fine. We got plenty of time today. Oh, now we're talking about Belgium, huh? I don't know anything about Belgium, unfortunately. Alright, so why are they not picking this stuff up? I guess it doesn't really matter. Now, what else can I automate with the bots? Oh, I haven't done bot part factory? Oh, that's why. 5,000 science. Don't have that yet. I don't need to do the pumps. The mine is already automated. That's good. Explosives factory, I don't want to spend 2,000 on that because that's not really that necessary of a thing. Farmhouses are already automated. Fermenters are already automated. Food factories already automated. Foresters doesn't matter. That's a low impact job. Gear workshops, probably. Hydroponic garden would be a good one to automate, actually. But I don't have that many bots. Lumber mill's already done. Inventors cannot be. Lumberjack flags would be a waste. Oil press, 750. Packing plant is 1,000. How are we doing on oil? 620, so that's not really that important for us to automate right now. Paper mill, printing press eventually would be nice, but I don't need to worry about that right now. Smelter. Smelter probably would be a good one, so let's do that. Use our science. Get that automated so we can have more metal, because we're going to need a lot more than 725 to do all this stuff. And this is all interconnected here. Although I don't think I need to get rid of this corner piece. Okay, let's get rid of that thing. I need to have this middle part all metal so we can hang stuff off the front. Oh, hold on, hold on. If only there were a way to get more science. I just hate the number cruncher. I just hate it. Also, I can't research it because it... Oh, I can almost research it. But also, the beavers that are no longer working in their jobs need to have something to do. And that's an easy thing for them to do. It's just science. So if we take a look at our stock of... we're going to need a lot of planks. We actually don't have very many planks. We only have 412. But I think I could do chunks without it being a problem. And I have 97 empty... Oh, you know what I can't do? I can't do... Because I moved the district center up here. Oh, it's going to be a problem when I have to replace this little bit. We might have to move the district center back down. Because you can't have the district center not connected to anything, because then nothing works. So let's pause the game. Put that there. Put that there. Oh no, nothing's connected. Okay, problem solved. Whoa! Did you see that? We're taking flight here. King Tutties is blasting off into space. It just exploded all the beavers. Wow. Oh, that's crazy. Is there another one that's flying? Baby Monroe Stupendo is blasting off into space. Jan blasting off into space. Although only barely. This is so funny. I wonder where he's going. I guess it's just teleporting him up here, maybe? But man, that is so funny. That is wild. I've never in my life seen this game do that. I've been trying to recreate that bug. It's just the demolition of a district center. I think so. Demolition and relocation of a district center. Because that's exactly what I just did. Alright. The original reason for me doing that was to get rid of all of that and replace it with our metal platforms. So what I kind of want to do is just put side platforms between these, but then we can't hang stuff off the front, so it's probably just going to have to be regular old boring metal platform ugliness. I tried, though. You can't ever tell me that I didn't. Alright, so that's connected, that's connected, that's connected, that's connected, that's connected. Bing, bang, boom. So now they can have fun building all that stuff. Hydroponic gardens are going to go bye-bye. Why? I didn't disconnect the stairs. No, they got staff. They're good. Yeah. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Alright, I got one more to put in here. These are still several days away. Oh! Here's a medical bed. There's 2 of them. I don't even know how to clip. Not sure I'm able to. You should be able to. Looking just like New York City with all the scaffolding. That's so real. I went about it, well, I guess it was a decade ago. Pretty much everywhere there's just scaffolding. Absolutely all over the place. Yeah, now that we've taken a lot of the beavers out of the dangerous jobs, it starts to get a little bit better. Building needs water. Oh, the Lido? Really? Oh, it's because the drought's incoming. That lowers it. Let's fill that all the way up for drinking water purposes, because, you know, having almost 10,000 water definitely isn't enough. Alright, that's fine. This got replaced, so we're good there. Everything is looking pretty nice. Let's check our batteries. By batteries, I mean... Okay, they're actually not that full. They need to be more full. Which means we need to be generating more power, which means we really probably should have one more of these, but I kind of don't want to mess with it. So I don't know that we will. Alright, put another one of these in there. Why do you hate scientists? I don't. I just don't want to build a Don't want to build a number cruncher. Scaffolding exempts you from certain city dues, so some buildings have been under... That's interesting. Gotta love ways to get around red tape, I guess. But still, that's pretty nutso. They are really slow at building. Do I have a builder's hut? I think we might have gotten rid of them. No, I have one. Guess what? That's now bots. So go take care of that, and I can make the district center bots as well. There we go. 63 unemployed beavers. Making progress. Making progress. This tapper's shack probably should move. I wonder if I could get away with that being... I'll just put it over the... let's put it down here. That works. Because I know I'm not going to be building anything else this way. I'll just stick that guy right there, and then he can move. So I really only need him to do that one thing. And all of that can go away. And I thought about... these are at 93... Okay. Alright, we can blast this down just so it can be straight across. No real reason other than that. I watched Louis Rossman speaking about New York City duties, and it's amazing the city hasn't run... Yeah, it's... yeah. Yeah, I really like the work that he was doing to fight for a right for repair. A right to repair, I think is what it's called. Okay, now they're actually building stuff. I was kind of worried for a little bit. Oh, the showers are dry. Oh no. Hey, but we have berries. So maybe I do have to leave these berries here. An eggplant growing should be a thing. Oh, I can get rid of all these oak trees over here. This needs to be Oh, you know, I haven't planted any crops in here despite saying, "Oh, I can't wait to plant crops." Man, that was pretty stupid of me. So let's put some corn in. We'll just make this whole whole section up here corn, at least for right now. This cassava, I'm going to turn all of this into canola, although there's really not that much left to turn into canola. Cassava is going to get replanted elsewhere. I probably should have a whole thing over here for kohlrabi. That's probably fine. And I guess I could do cassava all the way down here. I don't even have any soybeans planted. So if I have cassava, it really is not going to let me plant anything under the... Alright, whatever. I have cassava here. I could just have this go all the way out. Most likely it'd be fine. Because I do have to have soybeans also. And I can't ever remember what the correct amount of those to have is. But I think I can probably at least start out with this much and be okay. Really enjoying the small map makes it challenging. Been wanting to play Timberborn too, but looking at the requirements is going to make my old 2nd gen Intel CPU. Wow, so you've had that thing for a while then. But it does run on lower spec PCs. It runs pretty okay. You're not going to get amazing FPS out of it, but it will run on a lot of different stuff. What would 2nd gen... So are you running on... like an i5 2500K or something? Having some PC problems, have to drop off. Hopefully we'll be back later. Thanks for being here, Battery Smooth. Appreciate you. Hopefully you can get that all sorted out. Kurt, I'm not threatening you to do anything. Don't lie to these people. Chameleon says, JC and Sky's playthroughs made me buy the game the other week before I knew it 40 hours had passed. Yeah, it'll do that to you. Why do you think my videos are always over an hour long? People are like, please bring back shorter videos. I only have so much time to watch, and then I feel bad about it. And then I try in a couple videos are at 45 minutes, and then the next week they're back to like an hour 20 because I just lose track of time. Oh, yeah, ThinkPads are good. Jitendriya, hey, welcome. Glad to see you. I think I might pick it up with Christmas discount season. I think it's still $25. I don't know if they're going to discount it. But let's find out. i7-2660QM. Quad core at 2.4. I ran, when I started doing YouTube, I had a desktop PC, 3570K i5, and well, I had a better graphics card. I wasn't running off of integrated, but it handled. I didn't play Timberborn on that computer, but it handled Ostra pretty well for a little while at least. You'd be surprised what you can run. It might not run great if it's that old, but it should run the game. Yeah, well, at least in the US store, Timberborn is still $24.99. I don't think I've ever seen it discounted. Doesn't mean they haven't done it, I just don't recall ever seeing it. Why have they not planted those under... Oh, that's right. The soybeans can't fit under there. That's why I hadn't planted those in that spot. That was going to have to be... Yeah, that was going to have to be cassava under there. So I know cassava will fit, but the soybeans are tall, so they don't. Yeah, I don't know if MP3 Zilla still has his like laptop with the bulging battery of death, but I think for a while he was running it on a computer that wasn't really that high powered, but still was working pretty well. Well, worst can happen is it doesn't load. Steam will give you a refund for the first 2 hours, I think, if you aren't able to get it to work. Kurt, I'm not reading that. Also, I'm very concerned if that's your attitude about batteries. That's a very dangerous game to play. Very, very dangerous game to play. All right, so this is, I guess, getting more and more connected. We can keep track of that. I had somewhere... Ah, yes, that was the universal powered levy. I was going to maybe put another one of these charging stations in, but I think these 4 right here are probably fine for right now. Okay, so that's connected there. It's connected there. This isn't going to transfer power up, or is it? Oh, well, this is a universal power shaft, so I could just build something on top of it too. I guess that'd be fine. Yeah, let's do that. People like skydiving, people like swimming with sharks. Why not play Russian roulette every time someone calls you? That sounds like a terrible idea. With Terraria and Discord, I'm running at 95 to 98 Celsius. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no. You might not want to do that then, because that's... I'm surprised your computer still works if that's your regular temperature you're getting up to. You could almost boil water to make tea with that thing. Got a huge upgrade ready already. GPU is missing. Nice. Have you tried with that computer, have you tried putting it on one of those cooling pads with like the fans and all that? Might help. Maybe just a little bit. Although if your laptop's running that hot, you probably have a bunch of gunk in your cooling fan. And I think those ThinkPads are pretty easy to take apart and look inside. Not that I'm willing to accept responsibility for you breaking anything if you do that, but the from what I remember, I've got a... I haven't used it in years, but I bought a ThinkPad. It was like a T400 series. It was 410 or 420 or something. I bought it for $1. $1 at a garage sale. Oh, this was probably 12 years ago. But it was a pretty decent laptop. Very, very easy to work on. So at the very least, you could take a look inside your vent there and see if there's a bunch of hair or dust or something. With a decent fan curve, anything is possible. That is, yeah, that's probably true. Regularly clean the fan, repaste the bare CPU die. I've never tried to delid anything. But, yeah, definitely the stock thermal paste, thermal pad, or whatever that comes with most pre-built computers or laptops is just garbage. And a lot of people, when they build their own computers, will use way too much thermal paste. And it just cakes it on there so you're not getting good heat transfer. Yeah, paste exchange really is super easy. Alright, I need to plant some more canola here. Came without a lid because it's a laptop CPU. Yep. Yep, they'll do that because they don't expect people to really be messing with them too much. I just, oh man, every time I think of thermal paste, somebody made a, I guess, must have been like a meme animation or something, but it's somebody like installing a CPU, but the thermal paste, the tube says Hellmann's, like the mayonnaise brand of the United States on it, and it just squirts it all in there and then puts the CPU on top of it and just, ugh, it just squelches out the side. It's like, it's gross. Sounds like a dodgy website indeed. Very, very, very dodgy. Oh, that's so cursed. That's bad. that is foul. Is what that is. All right, these are ready. These three at least. This guy still has another couple of days. Haven't gotten that planting. Tree is almost done. Okay, this is built. That means this can go away, which means this can get dynamited. I think I saw that meme too. It made me very angry. Yeah. It made me mad the first time, and then every time I saw it after that, I just had to laugh at it because it was so stupid. My friend bought a $3,500 laptop. Well, that was certainly a choice. Then she had to call me to borrow my... Yeah, I don't know. I hesitate to just outright say that a decision is stupid, but if you're going to spend $3,500 on a computer, don't buy a laptop. Just don't do it. If you have I don't have $3,500 to spend on a computer, but if I did, I would build a brand new, like a nice gaming rig for about $2,000, $2,500, and then buy a $1,000 laptop, and there you go. You're covered for almost everything. Unless you think Apple is superior, in which case, yeah, you're probably going to be spending $3,500 on a MacBook that's going to have the same performance as, like, a NASA supercomputer. But you still can't run half the stuff on it. At that point, just build a PC. Exactly. $3,500 for that sounds like an Alienware thing or a MacBook Pro, which good computers definitely have a use case. Most people do not need them. Do not need to be spending that kind of money. If you're like full-time creative media professional, then yeah, okay, you can probably justify spending that kind of money on it. But hey, guess what? I'm a full-time creative media professional, and I don't spend $3,500 on a laptop. I got a PC laptop that I use when I go and do sports photography that does a really, really good job. I think I paid $1,500 for it. But it has a 4K touchscreen. I can use I have a little tablet pen. I can do drawing and stuff with it. It's kind of fun. I see. Current PC part picker list says my rig costs around 2,400 euros, which is also, that is a lot. This computer I'm playing on right now, I think, no, this is 2020. This was like March, April 2020, so before the GPU prices really went up, I think. Not including monitors or peripherals or anything, I think this was like $1,700. And the only thing I've changed since then was I bought more RAM a couple months ago because I wanted to play Cities Skylines. That's about it. Yeah, and like the whole laptop thing's kind of hard because, you know, some people are going to be like, oh, I absolutely have to have this, and this is like, okay, well, you don't really have to have it. You just want to have that. If you want to spend $3,500 for something to go sit in Starbucks and drink coffee, whatever, you should be allowed to do what you want to do. But I just think that's a huge waste of money. From a purely utilitarian standpoint of what a computer does. Now, I've got a friend who actually is full-time employed doing digital media for one of the big American sports leagues, and he's got a laptop. He's got a MacBook Pro he bought in 2017 that he actually will use for work stuff sometimes, but then his employer also provides him with a new iMac Pro or whatever the giant integrated screen thing is. But he actually uses that for work to make money for a multi-billion-dollar corporation, so that's a justified use case, in my opinion at least. But it still can't play games. It can't run half the stuff that I would want it to use. So I wouldn't have any use for something like that. Okay, so now this can be removed. This can be removed. This, oh good, that's almost done. Almost done. Look at us go. We are making stuff happen, folks. So that is going to get relocated. Where is... There we go. Teeth grindstone. Oh, I made it dumb. This needs to be connected somewhere else. How far does... Oh, that's the... Got this one here. This actually should be moved somewhere else. If I can get one forester to do all of this, I think that would be beneficial. Could I put him... I'm going to try to put it here in this corner. And see if that will reach everywhere. I don't know that it will. Kurt, I actually bought the more RAM to play City Skylines 1, and it worked because I had 1,500 custom assets. If you take care of your PC, it will take care of you. Yes. My previous computer, the one that I replaced in 2020, I built in 2012. And, you know, you take care of it, you clean it up, dust out the case, take the cooler off, repaste it, whatever. The only problem you're going to run into is when the hardware physically is not able to keep up anymore. But just take care of your stuff, it'll take care of you. It's a good good motto to go by. Now, why is this not irrigated? Oh, because this is dry. Okay. But it's about to get filled up again, so I guess that's fine. Just move it forward. Well, the thing is, I want to free up this space down here, is what I'm attempting to do. And I think these things go off a line of sight, so it should still work from up here. All right, that's ready to get harvested. Yes, there we go. I wanted to build a PC, but I got offended because it literally cost half as much to build the same PC in the US. Yeah, that tends to happen with a bunch of stuff like that, unfortunately. Might go see the Grand Canyon and buy all the parts at some point in the future. Grand Canyon is great. Highly, highly recommend. But you're going to run into a problem with customs if you buy a bunch of computer parts and try to take it across the border. They're going to make you pay tax on it. Well, your country might not, but I know Canada and the US definitely do not let you do that without paying taxes on it. All right, food is slowly starting to recover now that we've been planting some of this stuff. Let's get our kohlrabies put back in place. We've got a decent amount of eggplant, got a decent amount of corn, and I've been trying to figure out if I should get rid of this little oak thing and just have more stuff planted down here. Okay, so this is ready here. I just have to decide where I'm putting the district center. I guess I could have this come off of a set of the side platforms, because one of my original goals was I wanted to see if the map could support 500 biobeavers. but I'm not entirely sure that's going to be possible. I still want to give it a shot. And I think at that point I would consider this playthrough done. If we can get 500 beavers and keep them alive. Electricity is extremely cheap. It's actually surprising. Well, in the US it's really cheap. I don't know about in Europe. With all of you guys have your energy crisis and stuff going on. Alright, someone come harvest this oak tree. Am I full on logs? Oh, yep, that's probably actually why. Alright, so if that's the case, I'm going to definitely unplant all of these trees. All these trees unplanted, we'll harvest them. This forester does not need to be here, so that can go away. And we can just plant a whole bunch of stuff up here. I might make this... could make all of this into... I don't know. We'll figure it out. But we definitely don't need all these trees if we have nowhere to store all the wood. So that's looking fine there. And the reason I have not done the rest of this yet is I wanted to make sure what I was going to do with the district center. Because I can't just put that off of some of these platforms. But I need to make sure that I'm going to be able to build over the top of stuff. Now these 2x1 platforms... Oh, duh, I can't put those on top of that. I'm not going to be growing anything tall over here. But I want to make sure that corn can still... Okay, no, corn is going to require... Unless it's just not going to let me put that there anyway. Okay, no, corn does require 2 complete spaces underneath. But if I put one here, let's pause this for a second. I put one there, one here. Can I put a rooftop terrace? I can. All right, good. I think that's going to be what we do then. I will just start absolutely abusing... Hello? Oh, I didn't select this. Duh. I'm going to start absolutely abusing this and just put a bunch of these rooftop terraces in. Yeah, you want your well-being? You're going to get your well-being. Even if we have to brute force it. Come on, click. Thank you. So that is going to allow us to keep expanding this vertically and have a ton of housing. Yeah, I generally try to avoid political stuff because that's just a one-way ticket to everybody getting pissed off. But objectively speaking, getting rid of nuclear power is a pretty bad choice. I thought the stream was silent, then I realized I muted. Well, why would you do that? Yeah, it's astounding to me how much backlash people have against wind and solar power. It's like it's literally free, and it does not go away. Just why? Interesting mod could introduce wood types and logs and planks. Want to build tall? The bottom 3 layers have to be oak. Ooh, I like that. That is a very, very intriguing mod. I know Battery Smooth is not in chat, but that would be cool. Yeah, that's the other thing people forget is that, like, burning coal is super radioactive. Much more than a safely run, competently engineered nuclear power plant. Big asterisk there. But, I don't know, people, for some reason, have become severely politically and ideologically firmly wedded to just nasty, awful fossil fuel stuff. Which I again, don't understand. Whatever. Maybe spare one or more story to put temples Temples have to be on the ground. That's the one thing you have to do, is those have to be actually on solid ground. So we're going to find a spot to put that somewhere at some point. Problem with wind is sometimes the interaction with wildlife, especially in more wooded areas. You know how big and tall those wind turbines are, right? They're like hundreds of feet above the ground. They're not building wind turbines in like forests. Well, in the US at least, they build them in the desert where there's nothing anyway. All right. Well, so maybe it's different over where you guys are at, but over here they pretty much are only in the desert in the middle of nowhere. Or if you're in Texas, I guess that's not technically desert. It would be like scrubland or something. Hydroelectric power is also a good one, but people don't know how to build dams either. Or where they do know and they decide, hey, we're going to do it really cheaply so we can save a couple bucks, and then a bunch of people die in a flood. I don't know. Moral of the story is just, don't be stupid. And don't treat people like garbage. Just a good general rule. Alright, somebody come get this wood. So I can plant these other things here. I've been waiting for this one to get harvested forever. And I know we're not full on storage because I've been using it to build all this stuff. Actually, come to think of it, I need to do this side as well. This is going to be an interesting problem for us to solve here in a second. Got rid of the lumberjacks? No, I didn't. There's still some. That's the water dump. Don't need that. No, but they're there. Yeah, we got tons of logs. I guess I need more builders. Got 5 bots that don't have anything going on. How much science do I have? 2,400. Yeah, okay, maybe we do need a number cruncher. But now I don't have anywhere to put one. That's the problem. Now what am I going to do? I don't have a... I guess I could, if I really felt like it, build some platforms on top of this. Won't it take forever for them to cut those specific trees due to the proximity of other trees? I guess, probably. This is what happens in the late game when you don't have a lot of these lumberjack guys. So since we have so many extra beavers, I'll just put some of these down and we can harvest all the wood. And then I'll get rid of everything. Yeah, now they're just being slow. Slow. Alright, builder's huts. Where can I put a builder's hut? Or 2 or 4. What? We never actually fixed this. Do I have any other algae storage besides this? No, I only have the, Really? That seems kind of dumb. Why would I have done that? Well, I'll tell you, I don't need 1,200 storage for books, that's for sure. There. That can be for algae storage, and I can get rid of this. Clear up some space. This is just platforms? This whole thing is just platforms, really? Well, that's kind of dumb. Why'd I do that? This is prime real estate here. Oh, that's why. There's a warehouse underneath. Oh, no, it's underneath all this? Oh, jeez, that's a pain. What's that for? Mangrove fruits. Gear storage. Do I really need that much gear storage? Absolutely do not need that much gear storage. So what does not have a place? Oh, I took the paper. No, I didn't take the paper storage away. Soybeans. Guess what? That's soybeans now. There we go. Problem solved. So I guess there was a reason for that to be there. But what I can do might be sacrilege, but I think it's time to remove the mouthwashing station and develop this area a little bit more, because we do have our ladders that we can work off of here. I don't think they can come up. Oh, they can. That seems kind of broken. Well, if I blast this down to a couple more levels... Oh, I got space down here, too. I was going to remove this guy anyway, so I could expand this space down here. We got a bunch of storage. What all did I put in here, too? Oh, I already had soybean storage here. They're just not using it. Alright, so what's this? Cassava, canola seed, corn, Mushrooms. I guess we're fine. I can't wash you. I already removed it. Yeah, after a certain point, internet connectivity really does matter a lot more in terms of stability rather than speed. Although stable slow is still slow, but fast unstable is really annoying because you're going to lose connection all the time. Alright, we're finally making the meal replacement shakes again, so that means most of this is working. Looks good. Yeah, Ethernet cable. Believe it or not, I have not had wired internet in... How long has it been since I moved here? 2.5 years? I've been on Wi-Fi this whole time. But the Wi-Fi quality is pretty good. It's just I'm not going to get the full speed. I get, from my provider, I get 1400 megabits download speed. But only 40 megabits upload speed, which is super irritating. But that's how cable internet in the US works, I guess. But on Wi-Fi, I'm only getting about 400 megabits down. But the stability of the ping is really good. Because I've got, I think it's AC, whatever the Wi-Fi standard was in 2020 when I built this. It works fine. Alright, they are going to take their sweet time putting these explosives in, aren't they? Because I think, oh yeah, they're busy building all this. Let's check and see, yeah, rooftop terrace numbers should be going up. So I think in preparation for our unholy quest to have 500 beavers, I'm going to keep on building these barracks here. Just have this thing go way high. Because we can always just add more and more platforms. I know they're not going to be able to build all this yet until we have everything else done, but it is still fun to build something completely absurd, isn't it? Paid hobbies are the best hobbies. Yep, that's what this is. Pretty much, at least. What's up here? Dandelions? Okay, I know I had a bunch of storage for that. Yep, people definitely need to learn from the past. Countless examples throughout history of people just being stupid like that. Alright, so that's now level here. Oh, I forgot we... Wow. I forgot we had that monument down here. Oh, are you serious? It doesn't... It doesn't cover this whole thing. Oh, that's a... stupid. Do I have the... Oh, I don't even have the Flame of Unity. So I guess what's going to happen is we'll just build this as high as we want to go and then put everything on top. And since this is all connected to power, I can put the Tribute to Ingenuity up there too. Yep. I think a lot of the problem, again, not trying to get into specific political stuff, because I know we all have different opinions here, but I think a lot of our problem is people just are unwilling to attempt to understand other people. Just immediately jump to extremes. All right. Food is recovering quite nicely, although we do still need more kohlrabis to get our packing plant fully optimized. These seem to be doing okay, I guess. We're going to need a lot more berries if we're going to have 120,000 beavers getting born every 5 seconds. So I kind of want to move this and do expand this out to another 6. These guys are about halfway through, so we'll just get rid of all that. Replace these guys with the 3 buys. If this is even going to let me do that. Alright, there we go. Come on. Oh, there's land in the way. That's... Boo. Can I actually put this in here? Or can I not because there's something right on top of it? Oh, that's super annoying. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get rid of that one little bit because it's got land in the way. All right. Well, I don't feel like tearing that out, so I'll just put a 2 by here. Oh my god, that sound is so annoying. There we go. Really, really need a mod to turn off building sounds. Okay, so that's going to be... Nope, that's the wrong one. Oh, that wasn't going to fit there anyway. So why am I doing that? It's fine. Does this actually connect all the way out? It does. Okay. Well, that's a useful thing to have. We'll just keep that there. Put in our regular paths. I believe that should be okay. Cool, and then I can put a couple more of these down here as well. So you might be saying, wow, that's really stupid. Why are you doing that? And the answer is, I don't really have a good answer. And it is objectively pretty stupid, but I want to see how many beavers we can get on this thing. We have drought conditions, might throw out the baby, never the bathwater. Ha. Ha. Yeah, that's the nice thing about science, is it's pretty definitive one way or the other. Until you get into, like, theory crafting and stuff. But it's pretty hard to argue with, like, actual concrete evidence. Alright, do I have enough planks? Might need some more planks. But I think we can get started replacing a bunch of these other things. And since I know there's accessibility through other things, and this goes back the other way, I think there's another ladder somewhere to get over to the other side. Yes, there is. So what I will do, I'm going to pause this. I will replace only the ladder section first with our reinforced ladders. And this time, we're going to get all the way up here. Oh, no teleporting beavers. That's a shame. But we'll get all that taken care of, and then should be good to go. In fact, let's just hyper-prioritize this entire stack. Get that done. Hey, Devilish. Alright, Luca, that's fair. But I meant in terms of, like, people just, like, making stuff up to say stuff for the purpose of being incendiary versus I did experiment X and observed result Y, which is, you know, kind of hard to argue with actual, like, definitive stuff like that. I have not modded anybody. Stop spreading lies. Don't need to make stuff up. But we have made a lot of good progress today. We've put in a bunch of farming stuff. And we are expanding our whole thing up here to try and get 500 beavers by the time we're finished. What is the rubble they won't pick up? I think it's mostly... oh, treated planks. We really don't have treated plank storage? I find that hard to believe. Oh. Alright, I guess we actually don't have space for any of those. Huh. Okay, well, these lumberjack flags can go away because we have 2 downstairs. So what I can do is I can put a little bit more storage. We have the long, tiny warehouses. Put a couple more of these. We'll put treated planks in them. Nope, those can't be warehouses. Duh. Where's my pile? Long, tiny pile. There we go. Those will fit nicely right there. All right, treated planks. Why not delete the forester? I did. Or are you talking about over here? Oh, you know what? This is what I wanted to try out this whole time. How far can this guy go? Okay, that's not ideal. But I think that's probably mostly to do with the location of the stairs rather than anything else. So this probably would not be the worst place for one. Right here would fit more of that, but it would be further away from all of this. I think if I put stairs in, this would be fine. I would just have to have this rotated like so. And then maybe we start blasting down the other bit. Kind of seems redundant. Well, the reason I'm doing that is so I can clear up space on the bottom and hopefully get rid of this guy up here, because he's pretty much only doing this top level, which probably needs to be taken down anyway. But we don't have a lot of wood because we've been using so much to build stuff, so I am tempted to just kind of do what we got to do here. Oh, hey, Devilish, thanks for the $1.99. Appreciate it. Put another ladder where the other forester is. Well, that's what I'm working toward, but I have to get the trees out of the way first. But I think the ideal solution is going to be to get all of this completely on the same level. And then we should be okay. Who's stranded without my permission? You absolute fool. How are you stranded? Oh, it's because I didn't have the ladder in place. Okay, well. Alright, there you go. Problem solved. See very little of the actual game. Are you still on are you still on 144p or whatever? Yikes. Well, apologies for you not being able to see anything. That's very frustrating, I'm sure. Oh, I can detonate that. Cool. So I think what I will do is I'm just going to keep, because I know they can get to this, I'm just going to keep blasting this down. And I'm going to try and make all of this completely level. Oh, good, I can finally put this here. Because if this is all the same level, I can actually have one forester do all of that. That'll be fine. JC is disturbingly susceptible to taking BS delivered in complete sincerity seriously. Yeah. Uh-huh. Kurt, what the hell? Oh, that's bad, man. All right, we're moving right along. Feel free to view my screenshot on Discord for the true experience. Trademark. Okay. What are people sending me? Come on, not you, somebody else. All right. Okay, that's the Bavarian restaurant thing. All right, what channel did you put that in? German internet be like. Oh, that is rather pixelated, isn't it? Huh. Interesting. So German YouTube actually shows you the exact number of subscribers, but American YouTube does 8.63K for some reason. That's very strange. Huh. Well, today I learned something new, I guess. Alright, the rest of this space definitely needs to be replanted with trees as soon as possible. Because we have a lot of stuff to keep. Oh, hello! No, that's the wrong thing. There we go. Are we surprised Germans are precise? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's like IDK a spider bit someone in Australia. Australian spiders are not to be messed with. I don't know, they got stuff the size of clocks down there, man. No, absolutely not. Don't think you're going to catch me wandering around the wilderness down there. At least not without, like, I don't know, a flamethrower or something to just obliterate spiders with. That's like the kind of thing a gun can't even kill. So you just got to burn it. That's not even Georgian slang, though. That's just generic American at this point. Everything just kind of blends together. All right. So now the really fun part begins with me having doubled the amount of the breeding pods, and they're pretty much all going to go off at the exact same time, which is going to be annoying. Do I listen to country music? I try to avoid it as much as possible because it has become a minefield of nonsense. Old style stuff, though, I can appreciate that. Oh, this is still unconnected. That's why nothing's getting planted. Duh. Well, for the time being, I guess I can just have this up here regardless. That's fine. Country rap, that's even worse. No desire for that whatsoever. I'm still waiting for the country song where the guy's truck leaves them because now they have self-driving stuff. I probably don't need to have them build all of this at once, but... Oh, yeah, we're out of wood. Okay, well, guess what? This is no longer a priority to build at all. You go do something else. I'm going to deprioritize all of that as well. So now they can put literally anything else in. Because I still have to do this side. And now that we have all of these things, how's our stats looking for... oh, we haven't done any aesthetic stuff either. The problem is going to be getting everybody into the Lido. That's going to be very, very difficult. But Rooftop Terrace seems to be going well. 121 out of 141 beavers taking advantage. Alright, now this is starting to get removed a little bit. I think we're probably still okay on... canola oil, but we might want to plant a little bit more. So that is probably going to be what gets put up here for the most part. Eggplants we are more than adequate on. That seems to be okay. Another part of the problem could be I have enormous storage for everything, and we just don't need to be producing that much, and that's what's using up all of our wood. Hey, Steve. What are we... see, I kind of want to turn off the engine so we're not burning so many logs. But we're barely making enough power as it is. So what kind of buildings could I turn off? I feel like I shouldn't be having quite so much stuff. Like these treated planks, we really don't need. We don't need 700 some of those. So I will just pause. You know, I could actually look at the correct stuff for this. Wood workshop. Do I just have the one? Yeah, that can be paused. Water dumps are paused, I guess. What else? Printing presses. Yeah, we can pause those. We don't need to be spinning all that paper. Everything else is probably fine, honestly. Drink one water. Digitized emotes. No, I just haven't gotten around to it yet. I know I've been saying that for months. Something always comes up. You know, people, like, don't send me anything for hours and hours and hours at a time, but as soon as I start going on a live stream, I get a billion messages and, like, 18 different apps. Alright, so... we can't replant any of this. Well, I guess now we can. This is ready. There we go. So that's going to be done there. That's going to be done there. So at least now that can get planted again. That's good. Devilish, I'm not reading that. So this is getting replanted. Oh, look, another drought. But we have maxed out water storage. Mostly. Alright. That's another level down. And then we'll go one more level down. Because that, I think, should be... Oh, no, we want to go 2 more levels down, because that's going to be the level of this right here. We'll get there. Slowly. Just got to catch up with all of our wood here. And slowly pepper the dynamite in, so we can lower everything down. Alright, what was I going to plant up here? Oh, that's right, it was going to be canola. Canola. We'll just start with a little bit there. Alright, these things that are paused, I know this one is that, and then, printing press, okay. I got 59 unemployed beavers. Probably should be using those guys to harvest some wood. But I don't, oh no, they can reach all this. That's fine. Okay, now they're actually so bored they're building all of this stuff, so I think it's time. Yeah, I think it's time to go ahead and start doing this whole bit one piece at a time. But I can't... Ooh, man, see, that's tough. Well, I can tell you what I don't need is I don't need all of this, because that doesn't actually connect to anything. Oh, except it kind of does. Oops. What's even stored down here? Pine resin, we don't need another storage for that. We have so much storage for pine resin. That can go away, that can go away. Corn rations. Pretty sure all of those actually have storage. So, oh no, that's the only storage, really? Oh, we have to fix that. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is all of this can come down to actually just rebuild. We can have a whole stack of hydroponic gardens for mushrooms and one for algae, and then some actual food storage at the bottom. So when I get rid of all this, I might as well just get rid of these entire stacks at once and deal with that way. So I don't think that's going to be a problem. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at all those recovered goods we're going to get. Explode it. Give me all that stuff. So now I can come in and take all of this out without consequence and just loading beavers and just rebuild all at the same time. Make it a little bit more of a intelligent design, if you will. Alright, so that's going to be gone. That's going to be gone. Then that can be gone. And now we got a bunch of extra materials we can take advantage of. Path gone. So all of this needs to be flattened out. That's a path that can go away. There we go. Should still be able to get to all this, I think. That was satisfying. So that comes down. This comes down. We still have plenty of housing for everybody. And we have tons of the food that was produced by the things we got rid of. New showers when I have the ability to put some in when we're finished with all this stuff. Hey, Davey. Okay, so what is actually up here? I don't think I... Okay, just the entrance to these guys. That's fine. Oh no, you're deleting this. I absolutely am. We're going to be okay. We're going to rebuild it stronger, more powerful. Oh, I actually don't need to reconnect these yet. We can actually save some resources and do this all in one piece. You better get off of there so I can put all these explosives in. 480p running smoothly. Nice. Yeah, it's what? It's about midnight there, so you should be getting a little bit of bandwidth back. Not going for 720 and above. Yeah, I probably wouldn't in your scenario. What do you mean you guys are... Oh, I thought they were stuck up here. That would have been annoying. Gotta pause. I'll just pause all this, because why not? Okay, I might actually want that one to get finished, but the rest of this can be paused. So they don't get tempted to actually work on it. We have the technology. We can rebuild it. Absolutely correct. Elia, hello. I will be back when the party is over in the club. We'll have fun. Alright, this is just about ready. So I think at this point I can safely get rid of this forester. And we can prepare this for detonation. I don't want to get rid of the rubble, I just want to get rid of the path here. So got to be careful when I'm selecting things. There we go. All this will let us put in... I don't think we're going to need to have more than 3 full stacks of these houses if they're 16 apiece. Because we already have sleeping space for almost 200 and... I guess it's probably almost exactly 250 beavers. So once I build the rest of that, I could put another stack in, or I could just keep having this go up. I probably want it to just keep going up. We're making the $5 million beaver. Maybe not $5 million beaver, but $5 million housing development, possibly. Well, it'd be a lot more than that. And I think on the bottom of... oh, since this is already disconnected, I might as well just get rid of this whole stack of buildings here. And on the bottom, we can put storage, large warehouse storage for some food items. All right, so this is all complete, ready to go. Beautiful. Too far from builders, really? Okay, well, that's fine. We'll just go in from the other way. Luca, thanks for joining Beard Boosters. Appreciate it. You should have... let's see if I can do my time zone math right. When you wake up in the morning, you should have a new episode of Update 5 available to you, as opposed to... It would be mid-afternoon normally where you're at to get that released. So, early access is always fun. What do I not have good storage of as far as finished goods? Algae rations is fine. Berries is not fine. Corn rations we need storage for. Eggplant rations. So that's what's going to go down here. Corn rations and eggplant rations. And then on top of that we can build the housing that we've already done. But we don't need it quite yet. And then what else? Okay, that's ready. So I've got space. Oh yeah, I've almost got space to put another entire thing down there. I just have to get this blasted down. So what do I have under here? I have 2 campfires, and I've got storage for all these different materials. So we're making our way down there, slowly. This would be very stupid of me to do, but I kind of want to delete all of these and build storage at the bottom of them. Like we were doing before. Kurt, I'm not reading that. What do you think? Do you think it's a bad idea for me to delete all of the housing and then completely start over, build from the ground up? Oh, I have the automated dynamite. I forgot. I can just do this. Rip it out. Just first accumulate some wood. So the thing about that is getting rid of this is going to give us wood. Phrasing, I know. But we'll be fine. I could rebuild it pretty much immediately. So now I am... you got me curious. But it's almost nighttime. I'll let him go to sleep and then we'll do it in the morning. We are gonna be optimized, friends. We are going to be in very, very good shape. I love this automated dynamite mod. This is fantastic stuff. Really, really good stuff. All right, it's not gonna fit there. Just want to make sure we're keeping on top of planting the dynamite here. Tear it all down, dig a big trench on the sidewall, and hide it. Use the space where it was as new farmland. Well, I wasn't thinking about going down that far. Because if we take this all out, there really isn't that much more space. This beaver's just bunched up, sleeping. So that's what it looks like inside these things. It's just a giant beaver cuddle huddle, or whatever you want to call it. I know there's other terms for that. But I don't really think there's that much of a benefit to doing that, because we'd have to also blast a trench here. And that would take way longer than I think we want to deal with. But our flywheels are working. Not storing too much power, but they are in fact functional. I'm going to go ahead and get back out of that view. And we will demolish. Bye-bye. 871 logs. Now we've got plenty of stuff. Let's harvest these, gather these up, and we'll put some storage in place. Now everyone is homeless. Not for long though. I just don't know where it would take all of those bits of stuff. I'm actually not sure. All right, so now we have storage for corn rations, we have eggplant rations, we have algae rations, berries. I'm not going to put a 1,200 storage of berries in there. 1,200 cassava, 1,200 mushrooms. Don't have any kohlrabi storage. All right, well, I guess we can do one of those if I can remember what the stupid thing looks like. Seriously? Oh, okay, it's down here. And then we already have plenty of storage for the meal replacement shakes. Mangrove fruits don't have a storage. So I guess we can give that to those. And then over here, oh, I actually need one more, for right now at least. One more of these all the way down. Because down here we can put our campfire. I think that's the direction that has to go in. Then we have to build our reinforced platforms and then put this over here to stack those up. But having all of the food stuff kind of accessible closer to the housing should work. Oh, they're sleeping outside. That's too bad. I kind of want to just put 2 stacks of this at the bottom of these storage things so we can have even more. Because I'm sure there's still stuff that we haven't gotten enough storage for. Yeah, the YouTube membership integration in the Discord is really spotty. But there's not really that much that it gets you on the Discord. It's just a private channel. That's easier to contact me on if you want it, but it's not that busy anyway, so I don't know, just a little exclusive place. Yeah, it's supposed to automatically give that to you. That's how I have that set up. Sometimes it doesn't work, and it wasn't working for Patreon almost forever. But we're kind of done with that being an officially structured thing. That's just a way if people want to give me money every month but don't want to have the YouTube membership thing, they can do that. Yeah, and sometimes if I go do something interesting, I will send pictures or whatever in there. But I've been pretty busy with beavers the past couple months. I'm not doing a bathtub stream. So why have they not built the warehouse over here yet? Mangrove fruits. I do have the second level here. Do I have storage for algae? Raw algae, I do. Coffee beans, I definitely do. Corn, I do. Eggplant, I do. Mushrooms, I do. Soybeans, I do. What other raw crops are there? I don't really think there are any. So maybe I don't need to have this storage here. I don't think I do. All right. Well, we will get rid of that then, and I'll just build the regular houses back on top of it. Seems like that would be the better option anyway. So I got, what, 10 of these things now? That should be enough. Should be enough for all of our beavers. 160. Yeah, I wish we could get rid of the heart icon. I have no idea how to do that, unfortunately. Lucas says, I like to give back in one way or another. An open source software is contributing or helping community, and for a creator it is donations or other things. So I always appreciate it, but don't feel like you ever have to do anything. I do this for fun, and the fact that I get to make money off of it is great, because now I can call it a job. Say, I'm sorry, I have to work tonight, when in reality I'm just live streaming. But if it pays bills, then that's a job. Yeah, and there's not a whole lot of, I guess, actual benefits to the way I have this set up, but it is nice to be able to have the early release stuff, because it gives me a chance to interact with you guys directly on the videos before the masses see it. But that's also why I keep it really cheap, relatively, for the cost of the membership. I don't jack the price way up, because, well, I'm not really giving you that much. It's mostly intended as a way for people that have been begging for ways to throw me money forever to be able to do so. And you get a little bit of something on the side. Oh, nice. Sharing videos actually helps a whole lot. I could go into the analytics and pull out stats for stuff, but I get a lot of views off of social shares. No, it's a good time. And there is a certain amount of danger to the whole parasocial relationship thing, and I definitely want to avoid fostering that kind of a weird, toxic environment. But I do like to think that we enjoy hanging out with each other here and just having a relaxing afternoon, evening, or morning, depending on where you are in the world. Does it go away with uBlock Origin? Because I have that installed and it still shows up for me. Or is that something you can specifically... Oh, I can't click out or it's going to mess with the game audio. No, I always remember I've got a long memory, dude. You have to specifically select it, like in oh, what's that called? Like inspect mode or whatever. Inspect element, or no, that's a Chrome thing. That's not a uBlock Origin. All right, what in the world are people doing? Oh, my mom texted me. Hello, mother. I think they're starting to cross the line and ask for your beard clippings and see you in the bathtub. They've been doing that forever, man. You just learn to tune it out. Also, it's almost always them just memeing. I'm not worried about it. Now, if I get a letter at my house and saying, "Here is a self-addressed envelope, please enclose beard clippings," I'm calling the police. We're not playing that game. Yeah, I don't know why it's taken them so long to build this one warehouse right there in the middle of the screen. It's because we have the planks and we have the logs. I guess they're just taking their time because they feel like it. Can they not get to this, or they just... Oh, no, they got other stuff on their mind. They're working on it. There's the line in the sand, guys. Have fun up till that point. I mean... I'm not going to specifically encourage any kind of weird debauchery, but... Do what you want, just don't be weird about it. There we go, now they're finally detonating stuff. I was about to ask why all these beavers are sleeping outside, but then I remember they haven't built all these back yet. Tried using uBlock Origin and deleted the chat. That's unfortunate. Sometimes watch Japanese VTubers. Okay, yep, that explains a couple of questions I had. Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up, is that's one of the reasons I just can't get into that stuff. Also, I am not fluent in Japanese, but some of those people are just really weird, man. Like, obsessive to the point of, like, really being creepy. The fans, and I guess some of the actual people that are doing the VTubing or whatever you call it. It's just really kind of disturbing. Yep, I think people are lacking actual relationships. Yep, that is a very prevalent theme in modern societies. People just, for whatever reason, and different people are going to attribute it to different things. And you're never going to agree about what actually is the cause of this, but people in modern society are, especially men, are starved for attention and meaningful interactions. So they get into these parasocial things, and then of course there are people that will play into that and say, "Oh, well, if you send me money and then I'll pretend that I like you." Like, why? Don't be like that. It's just, it goes back to my whole like life defining philosophy of just be nice to people. Like, you don't have to be mean. It's just not necessary. But there is just a really, really disturbing culture around VTubers and certain types of anime and stuff that obviously not everyone who's into that is going to be like that. I understand that, but there's just, it attracts a lot of really creepy people. I do not have an OnlyFans and I will not have one. Monetizing misery is easy. Yep, 100%. Absolutely correct. That is, it's just unfortunate that people choose to live like that. But we have almost all these trees gone. We just have these two nice trees. Oh, they're both 69%. Ready to get pulled up whenever they're finished. And we can start planting some other stuff. So what are we missing? We don't have a lot of canola, so I think probably still need to have most of this be canola, so I will have that good to go there. And other crops-wise, I think we probably still need more corn, which I was going to continue planting down here. Oh, I didn't check and see if the corn is even going to let me go under this. I guess it should. There's no reason why it wouldn't grow. But if they don't plant that, then we're going to know that that's why. Yeah, I guess the corn isn't going to fit. Well, that's unfortunate. But probably to be expected, honestly. So that will end up being, I'm sure... we already have cassava. But I guess I will just go ahead and do that. And soybean-wise, probably still need to have most of this. Probably still be soybeans. There we go. I hope they can plant that there. Perfect. No. Beans Universe and I have known each other for 6 or 7. I lived with them for a couple years, so like we are actual friends. So that's different. See a vid on Only Beards. You know, that's probably actually a website, and I don't know. I venture to say probably a lot of you would not want to go there if it's a real thing. Why have they not done this one? I guess they're so busy on all this other stuff, huh? Okay, we have finally built all of the housing to accommodate all of the beavers that currently exist. And I will... oh, I can put one more storage down here. That's what I was going to do. This is set to corn rations. I'm going to set this instead to meal replacement shakes. And the corn rations can go over here. Because this is going to be the most common food the beavers are going to want to eat. It does exist? Oh, no. Well, hey, if you're into that, then good for you. If you're not, then, well, you learned something. Educational. So I think... Okay, these are still going to be several days before those are done. Berries-wise, we still need more. So I don't think I'm going to be getting rid of these anytime soon. It's just pictures of a single guy like Facebook dad angles. I mean, that sounds about right. Or it's like those like subsets of people that, like, you know, their Facebook profile picture is going to be them inside of a pickup truck wearing sunglasses. I don't know why, but that's a really, really common thing where I live. You just get guys with real short hair. They got these Oakleys or some other sunglasses on, and they're always sitting in the cab of their pickup truck. Like, okay, but I don't know why, but they always have that kind of picture. Water is good. All right, so we're just about ready here to put in our path to connect. And then we can put our reinforced platforms and then have additional storage over here. Found the U-block origin filter to remove the heart. Useful. So what are we missing to make the meal replacement shakes? Because we have all of these processing things. I guess it's mangrove fruits. Probably. But we have plenty over here, so where's our... Okay, not... Oh, hey, it's Jitendriya. I don't know if they're still in chat or not. But there are mangrove fruits to be had. This one should be prioritizing probably berries. And then we'll have this one prioritize mangrove fruits. Although, honestly, we have so many, I guess you could say, spare beavers that I could probably do just about anything with these. Can I put a side platform on top of... I guess not. Not going to let me put this here because of the trees, I guess. So, if that's the case, let's do another ladder here, which I guess I could put it that way. And then a side platform. Oh, duh. I can't do that because it's not a reinforced one. I don't know what kind of dumb thing I was thinking there. Reinforced ladder. Let's go. Put that right there. And then all this for a single gatherer flag. There we go. This one prioritize mangrove fruits. This one here can prioritize the, let's say, coffee beans. That's probably fine. All right, prioritize this. There we go. Problem solved. If a person unsubs to a channel for a month or two, then resubs, does the chat icon color reset? Nope. Cumulative. And that's how I keep track of it, too. I generally don't remove names from the list that appears in the videos. I will just not advance them to the next tier until it says that they've accumulated X amount of time. Okay, so this is not connected. Oh, good, that is. We can finally get that done. All right, so I've got... I think these are all just platforms, and there's no ladder anywhere. The ladder's around the corner. So maybe one of these should be a ladder. Maybe I'll make this one on the end a ladder. Because I don't know. I don't think I'm going to need to move this around. So maybe I'll just do... maybe I'll do this one as a ladder. I got to remember to do the correct one. You just have to be kind of careful how you have this set up because there are certain directions it won't let you go into. So maybe... I'll just do this side. That's fine. Okay, connect here, connect here. Platform. And the cycle continues. Alright, so that's all we need for that right now. These are 3x1s. So let's give these a chance here. Alright, right there, right there, right there. And then we'll have more storage for stuff. I don't know what other kind of storage we're going to need over here. That's raw cassava. That's raw soybeans. Canola seeds, eggplants, corn, and mushrooms. This is all raw stuff. So this could be a good opportunity to put in just, I guess, more storage of finished foods, like our meal replacement shakes, which is theoretically supposed to be the pinnacle of our culinary fun time here. Okay, give me reinforced platforms. I guess I could just have this go like so, and if I need to extend the ladder, I will. Probably easier that way. Because this is set to the back side, but I'm going to flip it around here so they can still enter from the correct side. Alright, so that's looking good. That can connect there. That'll be okay. Probably way more storage than we actually need, but I think that's going to be useful. Especially once we get up to 500 some beavers. Check his chat history today. I've been reading chat. I'm on live chat. What do you mean has been gifted? Paul gifted 5 memberships, if that's what you're asking. That was maybe about an hour ago. Alright, I got 17 bots. How much science do I have? 3,300. Oh, because we haven't built any more science yet. I know, I did the cardinal sin of not replacing the things that I deleted. So I need to have... Oh, I really need to have these bots work in the bot part factories. I need to have somewhere to put... what do you call them? Well, I guess I could just research the number crunchers and be done with it. But we don't really have that much available in the way of power. So, I've got space up here. Oh, here we go. Devilish with 5 gifted memberships. Who's going to get them? Is that Nicoletta? 18K. Oki from Fargo, North Dakota. And Dietmar, is that Dietmar Bear? And then Andrew Wist, I'm sorry. All gifted memberships by Devilish Fun. Thank you, Devilish, for that. And welcome to the 5 of you to the Beard Boosters. You get early videos and currently a small selection of custom emotes for chat and comments. But I'm going to try and get some more of those soon. All right, let's get inventors constructed here. At least a couple of them so they could, you know, keep inventing. And then I've got I got so much storage everywhere. I probably don't even need this much storage, honestly. But we got to get going with something here. We are out of logs. How's our trees over here? They should still be 86%. Right, these have not naturally spread into the corner yet. Told you should accumulate. I mean, we kind of did for a little bit. The wall needs to be squared off. Which wall? This is all pretty square. We need the "this is fine dog drinking coffee." Is that even going to be legible as an emote? That's the thing about those. You got to take into account the actual size of the image. It's very, very small. from the outside view. Talking about this? I mean, I don't know. This is pretty square. Are you current on chat or on video? I don't know that you are, because I don't know what wall you're talking about. Most of this stuff. Oh, you can see the head of the beaver peeking out here. The platform wall. Which platform wall? They're all platform walls. You can see the head of the beaver peek. Yep. Oh, jeez. Look. You don't need to be like that. Don't peep on him. If anything, he's peeping on everybody else. Look at that. You got a beaver's eye view right here of the bottom of some trees. The platform wall made from wood. I still don't know which platform you're talking about. The one... Oh, jeez. You guys are messing with me now. I'm going to need to build some more of this stuff pretty soon. But to do that, I would have to have additional wood. I don't even have enough planks. See, that's the problem, is when you're out of planks, you're really, really in deep trouble. Well, we did build all this stuff. We just need the logs to finish building all of that. Are they actually putting anything in here, or are they just going to... No, I think they're going to the campfire. Diaxis, hi all. Welcome. I like this one as it's a confined place. Are you talking about this map? Like really small place? I think I still need more soybeans, so let's go ahead and plant additional soybeans here. Should be enough. How long do you plan to stream for still? I didn't really have a set ending time in mind, but it's not going to be too late. I do still have some other stuff I need to do today. But I was thinking maybe about another hour-ish. I know it's getting kind of late over there. I don't know, maybe by your standards it's not late, but I generally try to encourage people not to ruin their sleep schedule to watch me play video games, because the VODs are always going to be there. But it is fun to interact in real time. Midnight 30. Well, yeah, Central European time would be midnight 30. I'm on vacation, so I got all the time in the world. Well, hey, if you're on vacation, you should also maybe do vacation stuff. But hey, live your life how you want. Hour or so sounds okay regarding sleep schedule. I got a long weekend, 4 days. Nice. Yeah, I will need to cook dinner at some point, probably in about an hour, so that's probably where I'll end it. And around 3 hours is usually the sweet spot for these live streams, I found. So that ends up being pretty good long term. Gonna climb an old fortress. That sounds fun. Yeah, please do send pictures. Definitely interested. Just get DoorDash. I live in the middle of nowhere, and I don't think DoorDash comes here. They might, actually. I know a long time ago there was none of that. But used to be where I lived, there was only one pizza place that would deliver, and it was the worst one. And it was just terrible, so we never did it. We'd always just drive to go get ourselves some food. We'll fund a pizza. No, I got tons of food. We went grocery shopping the other day. Lots of stuff that needs to get eaten, so I am A-okay. I find that I miss being able to make snarky comments when watching a VOD. Well, okay, there is something to be said about the direct interaction you get while having a live stream that you just don't get during a VOD. But it is nice to be able to watch at 2 times speed. At this point, I'm watching almost all of my YouTube at 2 times speed. Some people I'll play the videos at single speed, but especially if they talk really slow or there's not a lot of stuff going on, or it's a video kind of like this where it's completely unedited, I'll end up watching it 1.5 or 2 times most of the time. I get 2 glorious days off in a row, amazing as it sounds, usually getting stuck doing 13 on, 1 off. Yikes. Yeah, definitely take that rest. You earned it, man. No, there's that email from YouTube. You're live on your channel. Thanks for letting me know. I had no idea. Watch your vids in 1 time. I mean, hey, you can watch them at whatever speed you want. Still counts as a view. Does not matter on my end. Thought I was the only one watching at 2 times speed. Some people you can't get away with watching 2 times speed because they just talk way too fast. I guess it depends on the kind of content you're watching. Like, obviously, if I'm watching like a music video or like a performance or something, you kind of can't speed that up because it is completely wrong. But a lot of documentary style things, or some gameplay, depending on who it is, I will always watch on 2 times. Podcasts, anything like that, usually I watch on 2 times. Just because a lot of that is just people being really slow talking. The thing with 2 times is it absolutely tanks your view time. Spiffing Brit made a video. Really? I was told it didn't matter. With 0.25 times view speed. Huh. If you speed up music videos, you just get the pre-release of the Chipmunk version. Only if it's actually... there's other platforms that do this, but YouTube modulates the sound to be the same pitch when you do speeding up or slowing down. So it's not Chipmunks, it's just really fast. It is kind of funny sometimes to do music videos, depending on like what kind of stuff it is. Like, I did marching band in high school and college, so sometimes I'll like get sent videos or I'll watch different bands on YouTube, and if you speed those up to 2 times, it's really funny because all the marching looks weird, especially if it's the kind of band that does what we call chair step, which is where the leg makes a 90-degree angle pointed at the knee into the ground. So it's just like no human being can actually do that fast, but if you put it at 2 times speed, it's actually really funny. All right, what other... I've been trying to slowly fill this in so that when this is all done, it's just ready to go. If the pitch was altered, I'd find it unwatchable. Yeah, it's terrible. So whenever I'm like editing audio or something, audio editing software will pitch up because that's like fidelity for the sound quality or whatever. You don't get artifacting if it pitches it up because it doesn't have to compress different... I don't know exactly how all that stuff works, but Adobe Audition will always pitch it up unless there's like a way to hack around it to make it go back to the original pitch, which is always kind of funny, but then it sounds weird. Premiere does not, though. So when I'm scrubbing through these in case I need to like look for a spot to insert a graphic or whatever, you can have that at 2 times, 4 times, 8 times speed, whatever. It'll still play the same pitch. I blame microwaves. Microwaves are not a superior option in any method of measurement but for time. It's always a worse quality food. Baked potatoes in an oven are always, 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 always better. I think part of the problem, too, is that people end up doing too much stuff. Whereas, I don't know, even 20 years ago, before everybody was really super online all the time, leisure time would have been, okay, I'll read a book, or I got magazines or newspaper or whatever. Now I find myself stressed out if I don't consume enough content when I have free time. So I'll be having like a YouTube video on at 2 times speed, and I'll be working on something else in the background. Like, when did this happen? Like, how does this? My God, Devilish, $20. I appreciate that. Thank you. But why? Oh, that is a pretty nifty little... What is that? Is that a dog in a samurai outfit? Hold on, I got it. No, I don't want to report that. Stop. Wrong thing. I want to look at the picture in a bigger thing. I guess it's not going to let me, but it's like the animated I don't know what the outfit is called, but it looks like that kind of a thing. That's cool. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's mental to think how many restaurants have microwaves. Chef Mike, man. I'm telling you, Olive Garden, Chef Mike, they got like 8 of them back there. So much stuff in microwaves. Yeah, so much stuff in microwaves is restauranted, which I guess actually would be true depending on where you go. I worked in a sports bar for a couple years in college, and most of our stuff was actually fresh. But we did have a couple microwaves we'd use for stuff like broccoli or heating up different things that have been refrigerated that we would then actually properly cook on the stove or the grill or whatever. Can you do a baked potato in an air fryer? I've not tried it, but I don't think there's any reason you couldn't. I will air fry frozen French fries and stuff like that, but also chicken thighs, chicken drumsticks and stuff are really good in an air fryer. Because you're not drowning it in grease, but it still gets the nice crispiness of the skin. And you can have different seasonings and stuff. So we'll do that every once in a while. That's really good. Yeah, Shiba Inu. I definitely could tell that, but I couldn't quite tell what the armor was. Like, that looks like old samurai armor. Another 2. My God, man. It's okay to keep some for yourself, but I always appreciate it. Especially since I've been banned from doing it. I didn't ban you. That was, I guess, YouTube. Okay, I see Kubota, I think of excavators. I didn't know that was actually the name of the samurai garb. He had a banner that said #1. Yeah, I saw that. But then my mind was immediately drawn to, like, wait, did they really put a Shiba in a samurai costume? Because that's really funny. I think Devilish wants recognition as being #1. I think by like all-time monies donated, he probably is. Although I don't think YouTube will actually give me stats on that. But now I'm gonna have to look. I know he's always at the top of the Beard Booster list because he was the first one on YouTube, that is. Microwave pizza is good only because it's the only way to... I hate microwaving pizza. Because you microwave the pizza, the crust gets really tough. So I will almost always heat the pizza up in the oven. Or I've found if you have a nice pan, like a cast iron pan, or a skillet or something, you can heat it up really well in that with just a tiny bit of oil on the bottom. And it keeps the crust nice and crispy, but it doesn't burn it. And you can put a dome on top of it, and it'll steam the toppings, and it's usually pretty good. I think I might have air fried pizza. Okay, when I say air fried pizza, I'm talking about reheating old pizza, not cooking from scratch. But I've cooked pizza from scratch on a barbecue before. That's actually really good. Dale, Domino's Pizza in the fridge, or KFC. Oh man, I don't even want to think about Dale KFC. Maybe it's better where you are, but our KFC kind of sucks. It's just really, really low quality food. But Domino's Pizza reheats much better than Papa John's Pizza does. Little Caesar's Pizza, don't even bother putting it in the fridge. Just leave it out. They got so many preservatives and that stuff, it's not going to kill you. Oh, the George Foreman grill. Man, that was such a huge thing in the 90s. We probably have like 4 of those. That was a really, really cool thing for, I don't know, like a week until everybody forgot about it. And it actually did reduce the amount of fat in the meat. But the problem was, you lose all the juice, you lose all the flavor. So you ended up, sometimes it would be a little dry. But hey, if you wanted, I guess, slightly healthier than whatever, it's fine. We tried air frying a pizza fresh once. Then we realized at the end it was a horrible plan since our fryer is top load. Yeah, that's the fun part about doing stuff like that, is that you never know what you're going to get until you try it. You're like, wow, this is a terrible idea. Why did we do that? Oh, I love that so much. Well, we have some wood now. Now that we've spent enough time talking about this stuff. So I think I'm going to go ahead and put this stuff back in. And then we can put another tower of these barracks in. Just prepare ourselves for the deluge of beavers. Well, we'll just start out with the one. Frozen pizza in the oven, yes. But you have to cook it at the exact right temperature or else it's going to be... The crust is going to be burned and like the inside of the pizza is still going to be raw. Or the cheese on top getting burned that's worse. But I found, I don't know, different places have different grocery stores, I guess, but in a lot of the U.S., there's a place called Kroger that's like a big major grocery chain, and they have the crappiest frozen pizza on the face of the earth, but it was cheap. I think when I was buying them, it were like, I don't know, $2.75 for a pizza, and it tasted like cardboard, but man, that would feed you for like an entire day if you were like a hungry kid. And that's the only thing you ever had all day. You just cook that one pizza, eat half of it for lunch, eat half of it for dinner. You're good to go, and you're going to hate yourself the next day, but hey, it works. Real cheap sustenance. But that would always cook really weird in the oven if you had it set just a tiny bit wrong. Panini presses are awesome. Always something good. Game Face, hey, welcome. Yeah, good food does not have to take a long time to cook. You just have to do a little bit of preparation and thinking about it. Vegan pizza. I don't think that's something I would ever want. All right, I know you Europeans know about Aldi. We have Aldi here. I don't know if it's the same as it is over there. But there was an Aldi store that opened near where I live. And we got really excited because they had mac and cheese pizza, which... You might be saying, wow, that's the most American disgusting thing I've ever heard. And you're probably correct. Thank you. But they had this mac and cheese pizza that it wasn't great, but it was like $5. It's like a 16-inch pizza, like a real nice. You could augment it with other stuff. We would always put extra cheese on top of it or whatever. But one day they stopped carrying it, and in its place they had cauliflower crust pizza. And I have never seen such a look of disgust on so many people's faces when they found out that they replaced the mac and cheese pizza with cauliflower crust. I was just like, man, why? Like, I get that's a thing people like, that's fine. Eat what you want. I'm not going to tell you what to do. But I was just so unfathomably disappointed at that. And they had so much of it. It was like 20 pizzas. They had like 20 pizzas right there. Like, all right, if you know anything about Aldi, it's not a big store. Compared to like an American grocery store, it is very, very small. Why do you need 20 cauliflower crust pizzas when you have 2 of everything else? Never understood why. Gluten-free anything just, to me, does not taste good. It's like a weird sticky consistency to the dough, and the pasta doesn't ever cook right. It's like, ugh, not for me. I once had a frozen pizza where the bread was cracked in half. That's impressive. I didn't initially notice because the frozen sauce held the sides together. That made a mess. Yeah, I bet it did. We had, what are those? Totino's party pizzas, like the bachelor poverty food. They used to be $1. I think they're probably, I don't know, $2 now or whatever. But that's what when I was in college, I'd buy one of those. You cook the thing. You undercook it a little tiny bit, and then you fold it in half like a taco, and then you finish it. So, but the reason you undercook it is so the dough is still a little bit stretchy. But then you got this disgusting like shame taco that you can just eat in one sitting and not completely hate yourself. I did that one a lot. Is that bad for you? Absolutely, objectively, probably one of the worst things you can put into your body. But it was cheap. Aldi's the parent company of Trader Joe's. Correct. Which is funny because I guess I could say I live in an area that is close enough to a lot of wealthy people that have, shall we say, overly refined taste and opinions to where they think Aldi is like poverty food that nobody in their right mind should ever buy, but then say Trader Joe's is the best thing on the face of the earth. I always have to tell them, you do know it's the same company, right? They just have different marketing, and they get a lot of the stuff from the same spot. Well, that can't be true. Stop it. Just don't be dumb. American bread sucks. It's terrible. It is so sugary. If you go to an actual bakery and get real bread, it's so much better. But it does not last. That's the problem. Is it'll only keep for a couple days. So whenever we go buy the bread, we end up having to buy like the garbage bread because it'll keep for 2 weeks, and we don't ever go through a sandwich loaf that fast. But stuff like that really nice sourdough is really, really, really good for like panini press type stuff. So we'll buy a loaf of that, but it goes bad in a couple days, so we always have to eat it. And I guess that's another thing. Americans are just used to going to the grocery store like once every week or 2 weeks. Whereas if you live in a country that actually knows how to design cities and you can walk to places, you can go to the grocery store every day if you want and just get what you want to make for dinner. But here, no, it's like a 20-minute drive away and you got to go spend hundreds of dollars at one time. In the EU, American bread has to be labeled as cake. Yep. Way too much sugar. Awful. Really, really terrible stuff. Freeze bread. Yes, it will keep if you freeze it, but then it's frozen. And you have to thaw it, which is annoying. Sourdough. Oh, yeah, with some good, really, like, good, fresh sliced deli cheese and not the plastic crap. Oh, man. That's just fantastic stuff. It's really good. My favorite to go to is to get sourdough, deli sliced roast beef. I alternate what kind of cheese. Sometimes it's Havarti, sometimes I'll put Gouda on or whatever. And then you melt the cheese on there. And butter on the outside and all that. And some horseradish is really, really, really good. Anyway, I'm playing a game and not talking about food. I don't know, people watching the VOD might get irritated because, well, nothing's really happening. Yeah, McDonald's buns don't go moldy or stale because they're not actual food. It's just preservatives everywhere. Corner shops, no. In most places, those are not legal because of zoning, which is another thing that could very quickly devolve into politically charged discourse. But yeah, zoning law in the United States is incredibly dumb and prevents people from having access to nice things. So most places, gas stations will have convenience stores, but those don't really sell food. They'll sell snacks and soft drinks, but you can't normally go buy things like bread or produce or anything there. You can find, they'll have milk in the cooler and they'll have eggs sometimes. But the only place in the US where you will actually have like a bodega or an actual, like in Japan, like they have konbinis or whatever, I'd probably pronounce that wrong. Like Family Mart, Lawson's and everything, if you're familiar with Japan or you have lived in Japan or anything, you'll know that those are basically just mini grocery stores. They'll have actual food that you can buy that's hot, ready to eat, or ingredients and stuff. In the US, that doesn't really exist outside of maybe New York City, San Francisco, Seattle, Chicago. Chicago especially has a lot of delis and stuff. Very multicultural history in the city. That's where my grandma grew up. They always had all sorts of stuff there. But for the most part, if you want to get food that is actually food, you have to go to a giant grocery store. And that requires driving somewhere for like 10, 15, 20 minutes. Yeah, gas station sandwiches. Although I will say gas stations in the U.S. have gotten a lot better in terms of what they offer for food in the past 10, 20 years. You have places like a Quick Trip or a Racetrack. Buc-ee's is probably more of a tourist trap than a gas station, but they've got a full-service kitchen, and they'll do different meals and stuff. Bad zoning completely. Yep. Most states prioritize single-family homes over multiple... Oh, yeah, and again, if you disagree with me on this stuff, it's okay. I still care about you. I don't hate you. I just cannot stand single-family zoning-centric planning policy in the U.S. It is harmful to almost everybody. Even if you like living in a single-family house, there are ways in which it directly makes your life worse. But yeah, it's just such a problem because some people in this country have been conditioned to automatically associate multifamily housing with crime and negative living environments and all these different problems that just objectively speaking are completely not true. But propaganda is a very powerful tool, and people don't want to admit that they're wrong, so that's how you end up with that. And then people are like, I like driving 20 minutes to go to the grocery store, and I like that my children can't play outside because they're going to get run over by a 9,000-pound EV Hummer or whatever. Buc-ee's is not Texas only. They've actually expanded. We have 2 in Georgia. There's 1 in South Carolina. There's a couple in Alabama. I think there's 1 in Florida, or there's going to be 1 in Florida, but they are mostly in Texas, yes. Wasn't Buc-ee's kicked out of a state for having petrol prices too low? I hadn't heard that. That would be interesting if that was a thing that happened. Yeah, but Buc-ee's is wild, man. If you're not familiar, it's basically a 20,000 square foot convenience store. Some are larger than that. That has a bunch of merchandise, a bunch of snacks, like an entire wall of soft drinks options. They sell beef jerky, beef brisket sandwiches, all sorts of stuff, and they have 100-some gas pumps. It's basically, if you stereotype Americans in Texas together and think of what would a gas station look like here, that's basically what it is. But their gas is always super cheap. It sounds like the most American store. It is. That's pretty much. But what's funny is they have some of the, I don't know why I clicked on storage. I meant to put another barracks. They have some of the highest wages among gas stations or convenience store places because people actually specifically go there just to go to Buc-ee's, not to buy gas, not to buy any food or whatever. They just want to say, oh, I went to Buc-ee's on my road trip. It's like, okay, cool. So it's, I mean, it's neat. But after you go there a couple times, it's just, all right, well, what else? What else is there to see? You saw the giant, like, 8-foot-tall bronze beaver statue. You went inside, and you saw the guy wearing the cowboy hat chopping up the brisket, and you looked at all the weird beaver merch on the wall. Like, all right, you going to leave now? Like, you're at a gas station. Go to the bathroom, get something. The bathrooms are actually really clean. They do a good job with those. But, yeah, it is basically the quintessential American travel experience. Buc-ee's does not sell weapons, no. Buc-ee's is just merchandise and food. Yeah, I actually have, after saying all that, I actually have a, where did I put them? But I've got one of their little beavers on a keychain thing I've got on my desk somewhere. I've never heard of this store before, but they cross-promote in Timberborn. No. They probably don't know the other company exists. All right, we're almost ready to blast this down. We just have this one tree. Oh, 77%. Oh, man, it's going to take another, like, 8 days to get that done. But I don't want to get rid of it because, you know, we're going to get 8 logs from it. We only have, like, 186. What else can I be building here? I've got plenty of planks, plenty of metal. I guess I could continue extending our what do you call it? Platforms. Might as well go ahead and take care of that. So we'll just build all this up. But I'm not going to go all the way up. I'll just go most of the way up. Because we still have some stuff that needs to get built first. Also, let's not forget we don't have any more hydroponic farms. We still have a little bit left. Mushrooms and the algae rations that we use to make these meal replacement shakes. We don't need to build those again for a second, but we do want to make sure we're keeping on top of that. It was in Alabama. Buc-ee's was selling gas lower than the wholesale price. I think they were given a fine. That wouldn't be surprising, but I can tell you the Buc-ee's in Alabama is still open. Passed it a couple weeks ago. Do the beavers have a Mackie bees? Not that I've seen. Now you've got me curious. I gotta search for this now. Okay, 2019. Federal lawsuit claims Buc-ee's unfairly setting pump prices in Alabama. AL.com. Let's find out. A lawsuit claims that Buc-ee's illegally priced gasoline when it opened its first Alabama travel center last month along Interstate 10 in Baldwin County. The lawsuit filed in federal court by Oasis Travel Center LLC alleges... Oh, so it was a competitor that got mad. Okay, makes sense. I mean, people sue each other for anything here. Alleges that the Lake Jackson, Texas-based company violated the 35-year-old Alabama Motor Fuel Marketing Act and demands that the company halt its pricing strategies while the case is pending. The law, passed in 1984, prohibits big oil companies from selling gasoline to the public for less than it costs to buy and transport to a retail outlet. Similar lawsuits over the years have been filed in Alabama against big box retailers like Costco and Murphy Oil Corp., which operates Walmart gas stations. We contend Buc-ee's, when it opened up 2 weeks ago... Okay, well, this is really bad grammar from the person that's quoted, so I will correct it for them. We contend that Buc-ee's, when it opened up 2 weeks ago, opened at prices for regular, unleaded, and other grades at below costs as defined under the Alabama law, said name withheld, a Montgomery-based attorney who has represented smaller-sized convenience stores in similar cases. Lawsuit specifically cites several dates when the Buc-ee's posted a price of regular gasoline under what state law allows. Among the dates cited is Buc-ee's January 21st opening day, when regular gasoline was sold at a rounded price of $1.80 per gallon. The price had not risen above $1.87 as of Thursday, January 31st. Lawsuit was filed Friday in the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Alabama. Yeah, so this was a long time ago if the gas was only $1.80 a gallon. That's interesting. Doesn't surprise me, though. That's basically their entire marketing strategy is, hey, we have really clean bathrooms and the gas is really cheap. That and come here and buy a bunch of crap out of the giant convenience store. Do you have any roofs next to the housing? I do not. That is something we're going to put in once we've finished building all of the housing. Pricing at a loss is often targeted at driving competition. Yep, Walmart does it all the time. Absolutely decimates small businesses all over the country. Shouldn't YouTube be fined then? They're always operating at a loss. YouTube does not have any competitors, and they're also not selling products. They are hosting videos for consumption. Anyway. I think... Let's do some math here. This is 3 deep, 5 tall, so that's going to be 15 of these holding 16 beavers apiece. That's not quite enough for us to be able to get everything we need out of it in terms of housing supply. So I think we're going to have to go a couple more tall, but we can go ahead and put our hydroponic gardens back in. Yes, that one's mushrooms on this side, and we'll put algae on this other side. There we go. That'll give them something to do. Because I've got a lot of bots that don't have anything going on. They don't have enough to do bot part factories yet. Explosives factory. I'm not going to spend 2,000. I want to save my science points for the bot part factories. But if there's anything else that would actually make sense to have a bot in, hydroponic gardens might actually be the next best thing. Lumberjack flags would be a waste of a bot. I think everything else is probably fine unless I just had more hauling posts. Yeah, I need this last tree to grow immediately. It is at 86%, so we have a couple more days. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be doing any like overt political commentary on this channel. That would be a mistake. Why aren't they sleeping? It's not because they're not sleeping. Needs lack of blood in coffee. That's the coffee mod that turns coffee into an actual nutritional need. and they're just not getting enough coffee, I guess. But we have coffee beans. We just need to have actual coffee produced. So for whatever reason, I think it's because we didn't have enough paper, I guess for coffee cups or whatever. Coffee brewery was not operating enough. That's what that is. Blood and coffee. I think it's a... Oh, I forget. Is it Todor Allen, I believe, is the guy that made the mod. I don't think he's in chat, but from the country he's from, it's a saying that they have. When they don't have enough coffee in their blood, they say they need a lack of blood in their coffee, which translated into English doesn't really make as much sense, but when you understand the origin, it does. Romania, okay. I didn't know he's from Romania. I have a couple other Romanian friends. I'm gonna have to ask them about that. It means like having coffee in your veins. Yeah, I think that's what he originally told me. Okay, what is... Oh, these guys don't need to be here. Lumberjacks can go bye-bye. Okay, I have plenty of canola seeds, but I think I'm going to plant a couple more of these. And then I think I could use some more corn and cassava, which I don't have. Well, I do have a pretty good amount of cassava here. But I will finish up this as corn. And these cassavas can go right there. I think we're pretty good otherwise. Once everything gets harvested properly, it should be okay. Because we have lots of storage of almost everything except corn and kohlrabis. So maybe I do need to plant some more kohlrabis over here. Because those are necessary to be putting into the shakes. That would be an important thing. Everything else... Oh, the soybeans are still not enough of those. But at the same time, what are you supposed to do about that? I don't really have any more space to plant anything else. I guess I could put soybeans up here. Might as well. If you write it out as a lack of coffee in blood, it makes more sense in English. Yep. Hotel internet sucks. It almost always does. That was, oh man, I was traveling last December and I was trying to make videos in hotel rooms and I made pillow forts to try and fix sound quality. And then you go to upload the videos like, it's going to take 8 hours. And you say, I'm going to not have a good time with this. But, yeah, having a hotel with good internet is incredibly rare. Which I don't know why they don't fix it, because you feel like that would be a good selling point to say, hey, our internet's really good here. Man, I want to detonate this so bad, but we have to be patient. Everything else is looking good, though. I mean, food supply is pretty good outside of soybeans, kohlrabis. I just need more of the meal replacements to be manufactured here. Fabrizio, hey. I feel like I haven't seen you in chat in a while. Good to have you back. What else can I get rid of over here? I don't think there's really anything else I can remove. We're pretty much maxed out on buildable space for farms, at least. And once this goes down, maybe I can compact where the trees go. What are you planning on doing with unemployed bots and beavers? I want to have the bots work in the bot part factories as soon as I have 5,000 science. And unemployed beavers are just unemployed for the sake of existing. The goal is to have a whole bunch of beavers that can just not have to do anything, just to flex on people. Quite busy, always happy to make it. Always happy to have you here. Appreciate you stopping by. Yeah, we got to get some more kohlrabis going here. But I think what we have set up now should be okay. The big problem is going to be getting enough enough breeding pods for our beavers here. All right, so I have that set up like this. How are we doing on rooftop terraces? We still need some more. But I'm kind of reluctant to use too many of these side platforms without having space for one. Okay, that's going to work there. Yeah, it's just going to be this entire front wall. This whole thing is just going to be rooftop terraces. Now, how would you like to be sitting in your little Adirondack chair or whatever, gazing out at the expanse of farmland and then the void beyond? Could you remove the path in between you two berry patches? Oh, I absolutely could. Let's do that. They can grow together. Or I could just plant the berry bushes. I always forget, because I played water beavers last night. Because you can't plant berry bushes in that mod without having the tree nursery, which I do not have yet. I still find it funny that Europe has better internet infrastructure on average than America does. Yes, because America treats internet like a profit center, and European countries generally tend to treat such things more as a public service, public good, and not something to exploit people to make money with. There are a couple places in the U.S. that have what we call municipal fiber. I know the city of Chattanooga in Tennessee is a good example of that, or was. I don't know if their service is still good, but at the time that they put it in, it was a pretty revolutionary thing in the United States for a city to fund and build its own internet infrastructure. Do you actually need all the berries? Yes, because the berries have to go into these things. We also need storage for berries. And that's something I was going to build, but I didn't. Oops. Eggplant rations, 1,200. Corn rations. What's under here? Meal replacement shakes. Yeah. So I think what's going to happen is I'm going to have to find a place to put berries over here. So the easy option is to just put in... Oh. Alright, well, we can fix this real quick. These can be reinforced ladders. Because then I can put side platforms off of them. There we go. And then I can put some little warehouses here. Just have those set for berries obtain. There we go. So that'll help these guys a lot. Can you do a survey on who likes which beaver group, meaning their favorite clan, factions, etc.? Yes, that is something we can do. Just need to... I'll put that poll up after we're done with the stream today. Did you miss anything important in the past couple minutes? Probably not really. We've just been kind of chilling, talking about different stuff. I thought that foresters were needed for planting berries by default. They are. But I was talking about the water beaver mod, in which that functionality has been removed from the forester. Kurt, where do you make this stuff up from? Devilish, $5. Thank you, friend. Internet's being bad, going to head to sleep. Don't forget to square off the platform wall. My God, you got to tell me which one. Also drink a water. Good night. Will do. But as always, appreciated very much. Have a fun rest of your evening. The U.S. is so big, though, as a single so-called country that will never have the same internet speed. Yeah, that's the problem. Like, a lot of people who are not from here just do not understand how vast the United States is in terms of space and how low the population density is. The population of the city of Paris and the density of the city of Paris fits inside, like, actual downtown Paris, would fit inside... like a very, very, very small portion of the average American city that has a population of less than a fourth of that. Because this country is allergic to density. And there are entire huge swaths of the country, especially in the western half, where there's just literally nothing. Like, think about what you would imagine to be your definition of the middle of nowhere and then make it worse. Like, there's parts of West Texas where you won't pass a town for hours driving 80 miles per hour on the interstate. There's just nothing there. And that's kind of the problem with the whole idea of, oh, we need nationwide broadband infrastructure. Okay, cool. Sounds great. Good idea. I'm pretty sure almost nobody would be opposed to that except insane people. But running cable and stuff is very expensive, especially when there's no infrastructure in place at all. And it would cost billions and billions and billions of dollars to get that done. And why would they do that if they can't make a bunch of money doing it? So that's same kind of reason we don't have high-speed rail. It's the government is lobbied by automobile manufacturers and oil companies to try to subsidize car travel so they can sell more gasoline and more vehicles. So as a result, we have a horrible rail infrastructure that we get passed on by almost every single other country in the world in terms of efficiency and utility as a public good. But I guess I don't need to go too much more into that without maybe making some people irritated. Takes 2 days to drive across Texas. Yep, unless you're insane and try to do it in one. I did that once, never again. It was miserable. It's like 12 straight hours, only stopping to pee and get right back in the car. Can I say two probably bad words that would solve the problem? I mean, I don't think you're going to say anything that's going to be that bad. But there's no perfect solution to any of this stuff. It's just a mess that everybody created, and now we have to lie in it. Oh, God. Yeah, don't even open that can of worms. Easiest way to start the most bad faith moronic arguments is to bring that stuff up. I know what you're getting at, though. It's just astounding how people just don't want to use common sense when making arguments. Think about it, it's the same as Virgin or British Telecom running fiber optic cables to the what of Italy? Tip of Italy. Okay. The heart was blocking that. I mean, I don't know too much about any of that. But I do know, interestingly, as China develops more and more into a global superpower, they're funding and building infrastructure projects in other parts of the world. And there's different opinions we could have about that. But it gets really interesting when you think about how you can use infrastructure as a political motivator. Food for thought. I'm not going to say a specific opinion either way. But people can get very testy about such things. Europeans drive 20 hours. They change continents. I drive 20 hours. I'm still in the same province. Are you in Canada or are you in Australia? Or does Australia call them states? I can't remember. But yeah, that's the funny thing about Texas is you can be in... I think there's a certain spot in Texas you can be further apart from like the eastern border of Texas than you can be from some major city on the west coast, which is just wild to think about. That's another thing, and I guess we could open this up to I don't know, Battery Smooth's not here, but I saw somewhere that someone was making a comment about people in England don't want to drive more than half an hour because they think it's too far. Maybe it was 45 minutes, where like 30 minutes driving for me is going to the grocery store. We do that all the time. All right, we can finally move this land down. Oh, that was dumb. I spilled all the water keeping the trees alive. Okay. Yeah, that was not smart. Well, it is what it is. Let's how am I gonna I'm gonna have to put this path in through here just to blow all this up. I'm going to unplant all of these trees. Reason being, we're moving this whole thing down one. There are two towns in Texas. One's called London and the other is called Paris. The distance between these two towns is greater than the distance of the two... Yeah, that's always funny. Europe also has better public transport. Yes, Europe also has any public transport. Which is funny because the U.S. used to actually have really good public transport in cities with streetcars and stuff like that, interurbans. And, but it's another thing is that this country, unfortunately, has become embroiled in culture wars and bad faith arguments from grifters that make them think that public transit is bad and that it will bring crime and misery and all sorts of other garbage. So sometimes you just have to understand that people are going to be stupid. Yeah, it's what Kurt was saying, you guys associate crime with a lot of things. Yes. Which I don't really understand why people are like this. They just want to find an out group and get mad at people, I guess. Vagrancy, not having a job is illegal. Yes. This country also hates homeless people, and it's extremely sad. Because a lot of homeless people are actually people that had formerly served in the military and then were abandoned by the government when they were promised benefits. But before this goes into a whole political spiel, that's not where we need to take any discussions here. That's just something that came up. Yeah, I lived, when I was in high school, I was a 15-minute drive from school. I could take the bus in the morning. It would take me over an hour. Or I could drive. It would take me 15 minutes. And in the afternoon, it would take me an hour and a half to get home on the bus. Or I could drive and take 15 minutes. Other than that, there's basically no public transit anywhere in the county that I live in. Ah, yes, we're out of water. That's why this needs to be first. So I can put in a little bit of a splash here. Yeah, the whole public transit is a bad thing in this country is mostly tied to racial politics and political posturing. But if I go too much further into that, then it's going to cross into political opinion territory, and then I know some people are going to get really mad if I do that. So let's avoid that. Yeah, there's a lot of really, really stupid bad faith arguments in this country when it comes to stuff like that. Very, very disheartening. Yes, Roy, that's a good point. That is one universal thing, no matter where you sit in the political spectrum, is that people are very, very greedy. No matter what side you're on, there's always going to be someone who is going to try and take you down because they want to exploit you for money. So, Kurt, I know you're making a joke, but like that's actually a strategy that people who are against public transit will use. And it's often very racially motivated, especially in the South. Hey, don't lump me in with those people. I love public transport. I wish when I lived in the city, I rode it all the time. It's extremely convenient. No, I know where you're getting at. All right, let's get this one bit of dynamite in. I'm going to put a water dump so these trees don't all die, because we have to harvest them so we can blast this down. Yeah, and again, we come back to the whole point of, you know, if people would just be nice and treat other people like humans with basic respect and decency, no matter what your belief system is, the world would be a much better place. I don't know. Maybe at some point that will happen. I don't know. I'm not holding my breath. Been let down a whole lot of times. All right. Water dump. In it goes with some water to dump. And I will go ahead and set this off as it comes in. I don't think they can't come over here. But what we can do is I don't think I'm going to have any reason to come over this way. That specific thing. But I can put a platform here and give them access this way. Rode the city bus for college all the time, though it took an hour to finally route to the college. Was good read time. Yeah, I loved taking the train. I could listen to music, listen to podcasts, do some work or whatever, and it was about 20 minutes and I just step right off the train. I'm where I need to be. Didn't have to drive into the city, didn't have to pay to park. It was great. Absolutely fantastic. All right, almost done with the water dump. There we go. Darticus is in there pumping water out for us so we can have these trees finally be irrigated. All right. Good stuff. We'll just keep on putting our explosives in as soon as the trees are removed. Yeah, I 100% agree. But it's so weird that people like try to defend billionaires like it's going to make them richer or something. Like, these people don't care about you. It's like you don't need to be a simp for a billionaire who doesn't know you exist. It will not improve your quality of life. When I say you, I'm not talking to anyone specifically here. I'm just saying that as in English we call that royal you, non-accusative. Don't mind paying to park in the city, so much better than driving around for 2 hours trying to find a spot. Yes, you have to create scarcity so people have to make a decision about how they're going to value their time. Free parking kills cities. You need to provide opportunities for people to actually have an alternative means of transport. Or you can charge for parking and have someplace that's going to be staffed with security so your car doesn't get broken into or whatever, or it's in a convenient place, and then that's a much better thing for everybody. Really enjoy taking the train to work. Hated relying on the buses to get me to the train as they were regularly 20 minutes late and then overloaded. Yeah, that's the thing in Atlanta. The bus system kind of sucks. It's embroiled in traffic, and there's a lot of routes everywhere, but they're very, very slow. The train was great, but it only went to a couple of different places. It's very, very limited routing. So if you're trying to go somewhere the train actually went, then awesome. It was perfect. It was hard to find anything better. But if you had to go somewhere that wasn't on the route, then forget it. It's awful. I once saw a bus driver stop the car to vomit because of a guy that went in without taking a bath since the fall of the... Oh my God. Yeah, that's the thing about public transport is it's public, and you're going to interact with the public. So that's, I guess, occupational hazard. Yeah, that's pretty gross. Science is at 5,300. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and give these guys over to Beardbots. Actually, I could have just clicked on this. I need to make sure. I think I only have 3 of those. Bot part factories. Yes, I do only have 3. Probably should have more, but I also have 30 bots that aren't employed. That's ready to go here. We're making progress. Making progress. I think this is still fine. Should be, yeah. I have a house in New York City. Oh, yeah, you are fortunate if you have a house in New York City. It's expensive there. 4 legal parking spots in the backyard makes the property value. Yeah, that's going to be worth a ton of money. And I know finding parking in New York is almost impossible unless you pay a ton of money for a spot. When the greedy rich people take the poor people's money and give it to the greedy rich people, that hurts humanity. 100%. Absolute gospel truth right there. That's the kind of stuff that really makes me mad. Why not bot builders? Because I already have. I have the district center and the builder's hut both set to bots. Kurt says, thing is, my city has over 2 million people and has no subway. It also has no infrastructure because about half the people came in right away in the 90s afterwards. Yeah, that's the hard thing, is construction of infrastructure has gotten so incredibly expensive, it's almost impossible to build. In terms of things like subway, which would be considered heavy rail. In the U.S., San Francisco is currently attempting to extend their subway system. And I think the last time, we might have even talked about this in comments at some point, but I think the last time I looked it up, it was going to be $2 billion US per mile to extend the subway, which is completely insane. But that's what happens now because you have regulations and you have all these other things that you have to abide by that on the whole are good because they protect people and they enforce standards and things, but they create these prohibitively expensive environments in which it's almost impossible to get anything done. That, and you have to buy land, and land has insane value because land speculation and people from foreign countries buying up real estate and giant corporations inflating the value of housing stock so normal people can't afford to live anywhere. And it's just a mess. It's very, very, very hard to build new stuff. Doing rideshare, I once found myself physically incapable of driving this one passenger due to tooth decay. That must have been extremely severe, like life-threatening levels of tooth decay if you could smell it that bad. Yeah, I did rideshare for a summer when I was in college. That was a very interesting experience. Met a lot of very, very strange people. Yeah, trams are a great option if you have a city that is laid out in such a way where you can put dedicated right-of-way for them. If they have to run in the street with regular traffic, they're almost completely useless. That's what had happened in Atlanta when they put a streetcar in 2014, 2015, maybe when that opened. They just put it in the regular, like, single lane lane of travel for cars, so that if there's traffic, you can't run the streetcar, which kind of defeats the whole purpose of having a streetcar. Streetcar being the American term for what most of you would call a tram. But it just made me so mad because they had all this money. They got government grants to expand this thing, and everyone was real excited. Like, oh, Atlanta's finally going to have good streetcars again. Because Atlanta had a great streetcar network in the early 20th century, but it was all ripped out. Because, of course, it was. And as a result, the streetcar goes nowhere, and everyone complains that it doesn't go anywhere, but the reason it can't go anywhere is because they wouldn't let it get built. So it kind of becomes one of those things like, you know, you have a kid that is crying because he can't have his cake and eat it at the same time. It's like, all right, you're just dumb. Like you have no critical thinking skills. So it's one of those problems you kind of have to just have to brute force it until it works, which is also very difficult to do politically because opponents will just try to paint you as like the Antichrist because you want people to be able to get around to go to work. Should build a temporary ladder and go ahead and get some new trees growing. I actually could. This right here, this triple platform is going to connect these guys, but I don't have enough materials for this. Let me go ahead and prioritize these. So I think they're probably still trying to build a bunch of nonsense we don't actually need. This, once this is done, what is going to use fewer logs? Definitely stairs. I'll put stairs in. But if I put stairs in, then this guy should be able to plant a couple trees down here. Purchased the New York City home in 1984 for $64,000. Oh, you got a great deal. Today it's worth $1.6 million. Yep, speculative real estate. Who can afford that? Not me. Yeah, I can never afford that today. And that's another thing is I think a lot of older people, and when I say older people, I'm talking relative to me. I'm 32. But people in my parents' generation, on average, and again, not everyone's like this, but a lot of people just don't understand how impossible it is for people my age to try and afford somewhere to live. It is a continuous problem. And it's really sad because these people are just saying, oh, well, it's because you're lazy and you eat avocado toast. It's like, no, it's because a house costs $1 million and minimum wage hasn't increased in 15 years. But I digress. I need to put another staircase over here. housing environment in this country has created something that is depressing and impossible for a lot of people my age. Unless you have a absolute ton of money, or you get really, really lucky and make it big on the internet. That's basically your only chance. Or you could move to the middle of nowhere where a house is $100,000 for something that's 5,000 square feet on 20 acres. But then you're in the middle of nowhere and there's nothing to do and the grocery store's an hour and a half away. If you sell your newly expensive house at a huge profit, you just have to spend all that money on the new house. Yep. Or you can be a homeless millionaire. That's the thing. And in the state of California, there is a legislation called Proposition 13 that was passed a couple decades ago that froze the assessable tax value of homes for people over a certain age, intended so senior citizens who weren't working, who were retired, or disabled or whatever, could keep their homes and not have to lose it as a result of having to pay insane property tax values. So what's happened now is you have a bunch of people like my grandma's age, in her 90s, who've owned their home since the 1960s and have had it paid off forever. And because of the way that the property value has just absolutely gone nutso in California over the past 30, 40, 50 years, her house is worth something like, oh, I don't even know what the actual numbers would be, but it's could be close to 20 or 30 times what she paid for it. There's no way she could afford to pay property tax on it, because the property tax on that would probably be, I don't know, $10,000 a month, which, you know, is not something most people could afford to pay, let alone someone who's been retired for 40 years. But now you're in a position where if you have to sell your home, where are you going to go? Because you can't afford to get in anywhere, because anything that you are going to be able to buy is going to be just as expensive as what you're going to sell. So you get kind of trapped. And then there's this kind of false equivalency of wealth versus the amount of real estate you hold, because it's not liquid wealth. You own a house, you sell the house, you don't have a house. Now you have to buy one. And if you can't find anything for the same amount of money you sold the house for, then you didn't really have that money in the first place. You just have an asset that theoretically is appreciating. Discord link should be in the video description, I believe. Property tax isn't bad at all. It's $6,000 a year in Greenpoint. Okay. Yeah, I think California is in a uniquely terrible place for paying tax. I know taxes are very, very, very high there. Well, based on the valuation that you gave, that's actually not that bad. All right, so what other... Okay, there's still some more trees that can get planted, so that's good. That's going to work out fine. We don't have anybody to cut these down because I got rid of the... Oh, maybe that's why these aren't getting cut down. They're all down here. Oh, no, they can still get over here. That's good. That works then. We need to put in some more of this stuff. Oh, that was already there. Cool. So, let's not delete the rubble. There's dandelions in there. But we can easily detonate this. Get rid of the paper lanterns. I know we really loved those, but they've got to go away so we can get rid of all this stuff here. And this is going to be a path going through here, but I'm just detonating it so it's easier to access stuff. There we go. And we still have no wood. But the food situation is vastly improved. We need more kohlrabis, which oh, did we fill up the berry storage? So maybe we don't actually need this many berries. We just don't have anywhere to put them. Yeah, we need more berry storage with the quickness. I think I can put a giant one over here. 3 by 1. Oh yeah, here we go. This is going to be big old berry storage. We could actually put more of those on top. That would actually work out very nicely. So if that's going to be the case, then we can slowly start reclaiming some of this to be for kohlrabi production. All right, I'm going to get that done. Oh, I didn't realize that was going to cut across like that. That's going to make things interesting, although they can still get to it, so I guess that's fine. Yeah, remember when I said I was going to end stream like half an hour ago? I didn't do it. Theater seating around the showers. I didn't build any more showers. Oops. Well, they have access to 4 double showers, and they are being used, so I guess that's good. I find it funny when Americans say tear down an old building, used to live in one that was built before the flight of the Mayflower. I know what you're getting at, but that juxtaposition of wording is quite funny. Yeah, an old building in the... Okay, well, I live in an area that was burned down by the Union Army when the Civil War was at its end. So an old building here is something that wasn't torched by Union troops, so like, I don't know, 1840 or 1850. But the vast majority of buildings where I live were built in the last 30 years. Instead of having a gather flag on the ground, would it be worthwhile to build a reinforced ladder on a path and off the ladder a side platform with the Yeah, you know what? Yes, that would be better. This guy is basically just here because it already was here. So we really don't need to have 3 of them right here. So I've already got this one here that can reach all of this, and this one here that can reach all of this as well. This is going to go away eventually. Sherman's March. Oh yeah, trust me. I got told all sorts of stuff about that, both true and false. But the thing that... Okay, here's the thing that gets me, right? Is Atlanta is so poorly laid out. It got burned to the ground, and they rebuilt it worse. They had a chance to completely start over, and they made it worse. It just goes to show you, some people are just not smart. I mean, hey, you guys can talk about whatever you want. And okay, I should not say you can talk about whatever you want. Within reason, and things that are not going to be incendiary or hateful or whatever. But it's fun to just have random conversations. Another Saturday, another late night. I happen to catch the live stream. Hey, welcome. Yeah, we're actually toward the end of tonight's stream, but we've got a lot of good stuff done. I don't know if you've seen the other ones that we've done or not. But we have expanded a whole bunch of farming. I'm taking this land down to be completely level with, well, most of the rest of the map. And we're making pretty good progress on it. Problem is we're starting to run out of trees. Because, you know, to get the land down, you have to actually remove trees. Can you ask a naughty question? I mean, you can ask whatever you want. I'm not going to guarantee I answer it. Hey, Davey. Came back in just in time for the last little bit of stream. Do be aware that if it is sufficiently offensive, I will have to remove it. Just letting you know. All right, I got 31 bots. I got to find something for these guys to do. What can I guess I should have anything to do with food, probably bot automated. Yeah, we'll do the hydroponic gardens. That's an easy one to do. What do they teach you about the War of Northern Aggression? Well, I was fortunate to be taught actual history, not this revisionist garbage. So I am actually informed. But there are plenty of people here who will try to make all sorts of really badly informed, blatantly false arguments and statements about what the Civil War was actually about. And like, no, just stop. You lost. There was a war. we fought about this, and your side lost. Wow, okay. Davey with 10 gift memberships. My God, man, thank you. Let's see who gets them. Wrenching on Cars, Ken. Japanese characters I do not know the kanji for. WM, Steve. I thought you were already a beard booster. Okay, maybe it ran out. Is that Vedrit Matthias, Alteris, David, Jeff Long, Michelle Tipton, all gifted memberships by Davey. Thank you very much, Davey. Appreciate it. And welcome to those of you who are new. Welcome back to those of you who are getting yours renewed. You get early access to tomorrow's video in probably about 4 hours or so, whenever I finish recording and uploading it. And then you have some emotes in chat as well. But again, thanks very much for the support. Really appreciate it. Hope you're having a good rest of your day, whatever you've been up to since the last time we checked in. New diorama map idea. Flat one tile high water that does not enter the map just flows over this. Ooh, you talking about like source blocks that just go right over the side? So you can't actually pump out, or what? I feel like you'd have to have enough space to actually have a pump sit in it. But otherwise, that would be a very interesting idea. Because after we finish this series, I do want to do another kind of challenge Timberborn live stream. That's going to be live stream only, but I haven't quite decided what that's going to be yet. So if you ever have any ideas for that, please do let me know. Zero death run. So what, you know the beavers have to die eventually, right? So you're saying as soon as the first beaver dies, the game's over? Because that's only going to be about a cycle and a half. Lord Alexander Howell, welcome to the Beard Boosters. Thanks for joining up. Appreciate it. Talking me deaths? Well, if I die, then that's it. You don't, as far as I know, you don't respawn. That's not how this works. What time do you stream? What's your time zone? My time zone is U.S. Eastern Time, a GMT -4. The stream time is variable, but usually I try to stream starting in the late afternoon, my time. Today's stream started at about 4 p.m. local, or 8 p.m. GMT, 10 p.m. Central European time. And Japan, Australia, India, etc. much later, or I guess earlier in the morning. Tomorrow's stream will be later in the evening because I have stuff to do in the afternoon. So I would imagine tomorrow I might start sometime around, I don't want to say 6, that might be too early. Could be about 7 p.m. my time. So definitely late night. Central European time would be 1 a.m. So we'll see what happens. I'll let you guys know when I have an idea of what my time is going to be looking like. Maybe an ultimate drought challenge. The droughts are from 10 days to 60 days. I actually have a series. I think it was update. Was it update 3? It might have been update 3 or early update 4 where I did harder mode that had droughts that went up to 49 days. That was, I don't remember which number series it was, but that was the one that's called Timberborn harder mode. It was Iron Teeth faction, I believe. I think we did 35, 36 episodes of that one. The Steve that got the membership must be someone different from me. Just checked on mine. It says member for 4 months, 18 days. Oh, so we got multiple Steves? That's going to be fun to keep track of. You could drop a temporary forester back there to help get those planted. I could, couldn't I? Although I don't have any mechanism to put a path there, I'd have to come off of here. But we might as well... Yeah, I'll just stick this guy right here. That's fine. Put this one path in, and then they'll take care of that just fine. Oh, no. I put the dynamite here. I can't have that here. Oh, no. I gotta keep that... gotta keep that filled up. We'll just delete this. This one and this one. Definitely. This can get removed, though. That's fine. All right, so that's going to work out nicely as well. Might as well just put that one in. Love the chill vibes in all the videos. I appreciate you being here. That's the goal. Have a place where people can just relax and enjoy some gameplay, have some casual conversation. Try to be... No, I was in the wrong tool. No. Get those trees out of there. I wanted the dynamite instead. There we go. This is what I get for trying to do something while reading out chat. There we go. Let's not do that. Yeah, the schedule, there really isn't a schedule for streams. It just kind of depends on what I'm able to do. I will say late summer and fall are really bad times for me to be consistent on the weekends because I do sports photography, and that can take up a lot of time on Saturdays especially. What about the crater map with iron beavers? I actually did that. That was I can't remember what series that was. But I did do the craters map with update 4. Kurt, I did not set up a stream just to mess with you. I don't know what you were thinking about. I didn't delete it. It never existed. Yeah, live streams are always a good time. Like, we don't get a lot of stuff done necessarily because sometimes I get really distracted by some people in chat. But we have a fun time, and it's almost always a nice, fun, chill environment. All right, so now I've got more places to plant trees, and I guess we'll just have this go all the way over here. There we go. Looking good, looking good. Yeah, the fun part is hunting down all these individual things you can detonate and not missing anything. Update 5 with the Iron Beavers crater map. Oh, that's gonna be hard. I don't know. Well, since you suggested, you've probably seen it, but the preview when you start a new game with the craters map is diabolical in Update 5 because I think what two of the big craters are completely filled with bad water. It's like, yeah, that's rough because at the bottom of those used to be the deep mines. I don't know if they replaced those or not, but that used to be the only way you could get to those. Computer specs, they should be in the video description, but I've got a Ryzen 9 3900X, 64 gigs of RAM, and a 2070 Super graphics card, and a whole bunch of SSDs. Those are also Amazon affiliate links, so if you click those and you buy something on Amazon, I do get a small cut from that at no additional cost to you. So if that's something that you regularly end up doing, then that is a fun, easy, and free way to support me. And it's not just for the items that I put in the links either. It's anything you buy on Amazon. Imagine a craftsman working on a project, then 50 friends turn up in the band, they drag him to the pub. That's pretty much what these live streams are, yeah. Recently started watching a guy play through one of the deep lake maps with Update 5. It was good until the main lake went red on his first bad tide. Yeah, that's the problem with the new bad tide thing, is if you don't have a way to keep the bad water from infecting an entire reservoir, you're done. You're toast. you got to pump a whole lot of water out in advance as much as you can, so you can continue to have your beavers be hydrated and irrigate your crops and everything. Very, very hard. So the next video series I want to do after, I think the Folk Tales modded one's gonna be the first one we finish. Is going to be a hard mode playthrough on Update 5. So that should be interesting. Should be a fun challenge. When my dad bought a computer long ago with 64 megabytes, the salesman said, "That's all the memory you'll ever need." I remember seeing like ads for stuff like that. Obviously not that far back because I'm not in my well, I guess I'm just 32. That's the best way to say it. But there was a company called E-Machines. I don't know if you guys in Europe would have heard of them or not, but they were advertising a, I don't know what the exact wording is, but it was basically, they're saying this computer will never go obsolete because every so often you could just get a new computer. Like you pay, it's basically like subscribing to a computer. You'd pay a monthly fee. You buy this computer and then you pay a monthly fee, and then at some point you get to just replace parts, which I always thought was interesting. But it was just so funny because in the late 90s, early 2000s, computers would go obsolete in like a week or 5 days or whatever. Just crazy, crazy fast technological advancements. Try to do water beavers with update 5. Yeah, it's rough. That's why I'm trying to avoid starting a new water beaver playthrough until the update 5 version of the mod is a little bit more refined. Wiped twice doing update 5 on hard mode on the water beavers map with water beavers map. Water beavers map with folktales. Which one's the water beavers map? I don't think I'm familiar. Oh, good. There's a bunch of this I can blow up right here. The map the water... Oh, that's called Plains. That's the default map. I admittedly should not have done that series on that map. It was a very bad choice. But that's what we had, so that's what I'm sticking with. The next Water Beaver series, I think, is going to be on one of the maps that has a lot more verticality to it. Battery Smooth, welcome back. I had a great idea to give to you, and then I forgot what it was. For something to do with mods. Oh, I remember. Somebody, I can't remember who it was in chat, but somebody suggested that there should be a mod that does platform material based on wood strength. Like if you want a platform to be a certain height, it has to be made out of, say, oak. But you could make the shorter ones out of pine or birch or whatever. But I don't know. I don't need to add more work to your plate, but since you're the resident mod guy, I thought I'd float that by you. That does not need to be bombs. Why am I doing this? This needs to be trees. Yeah, we might be reaching the point of diminishing returns in terms of my accomplishments on stream here. Is this gonna... Yeah, I can't detonate that yet. Oh, that's really easy to do? That would be cool. That honestly feels like something that would be right at home in the Water Beaver mod pack. Honestly, with the amount of complexity and inherent... We do this because it is hard, I guess, would be the best way to say it. Bombs, trees, same thing. Okay, well, it's funny you say that. Bombs, trees, same thing, because in the winter when maple trees freeze, the sap will actually cause the bark to explode off. Not like a thermal explosion reaction, but it'll burst off the side of the tree because it expands. I always thought that was kind of cool. At this point, it looks like a custom map. Yeah, kind of. It is taking a lot of the character out of it, which is, I guess, a little unfortunate. But efficiency. Efficiency, efficiency, efficiency. And we still, after all these new things, we still don't have enough beavers. So let's crank this up to 1 billion here. And put 6 more of these... 6 more of these things in. And I'm going to use the forbidden platform extender to put in a path here. Look at this horrible, ugly disaster here. Absolutely beautiful. Not going to lie, food's not looking so hot if you're adding so many beavers. It's going to take time for them to get ramped up. Food will be fine. Remember, we have a substantial backlog on a lot of this stuff. But also, part of that's going to be a problem for next time me, because we're almost to the point where I've got to get off and do something else. Typical Canadian tree bombs. No, Battery Smooth, there is actually a tunnel mod. Yeah, I've got it installed. I don't have any of them researched, but you can put tunnels through cliff faces. But you can't remove the land. It's just a thing the beavers can walk through. What's the point of making a hole in the ground for storage when you can't build crops or trees on them? I mean, that's fair. But that's also part of the challenge of this map. Basically a portal, yeah. It would be cool, though, if you could have a building that would kind of go a little bit into the cliff face that would have a large amount of storage attributed to it, but that wouldn't have to physically take up space. You could just say, pretend that this is a giant underground storage mine that you access from the side or whatever. That would be, I think, the only way I could think of to accomplish that without actually physically removing ground. Now, you know what I don't remember is if I blasted this down 2 blocks. I think I did. Yes. Okay. So I can actually shut this off, or actually just remove this, I think would probably be the smart thing to do. Because I think what we want to do is detonate this. No, I don't need to backspace that guy. I just want to get rid of all of this stuff, and then naturally this will evaporate to the point where I can just detonate these out. Are the trees closest to the lumberjack flags marked for cutting? Good question. No, they are not. Okay, good catch. Let's fix that. That is one of those things that we have not really taken a look at, and you managed to figure that out, so appreciate that. Concrete buildings you could put soil on top of would work. I don't know if the way the game is coded, if that's going to allow that to happen, but that would be cool. That seems like a very Iron Teeth thing. Like a late game kind of deal. Oh, these guys are so slow. I gotta find a way. Oh, are we completely out of power? We must be. We need to be generating more power. That is the problem here. I don't have enough wood to run the engines very much. I tried to do water folding, it just did not work, because me and water folding do not get along. So we just have to be content to have as much power as we're currently producing. Maybe like a bunker sort of warehouse where you only have one tile that you can't build on, because, yeah, that was, I think, the kind of thing I was thinking about. Verticality looks good for gravity batteries. I mean, maybe. I don't really have anywhere to hang them from, is the problem, because I started putting these rooftop terraces in. Don't mention water folding. Are you the one that kept commenting about how much you didn't want to see more water folding on the videos? I can't remember if that was you or not. What stops you from building another water wheel? Mostly my lack of wanting to figure out where to put it and connect everything. I could, in theory, do one like here-ish, but I don't want to deal with it. See, the thing is, like, I know how it works, I just can't implement it. It for whatever reason, I just physically cannot do it, but I understand the principle behind it. That is shower territory, so it has been said. Yes, that is, that's one of those things. Alright, well, okay, the thing with, like, taking 4 episodes to build that is people don't want me to edit the videos. They want it to be either uncut or time-lapsed. And it actually does take that long to build that kind of a thing. So that's just how it is. I know that's not the most engaging content if that's not what you're interested in, but there's really no way to get around that. Got a stranded beaver because... Oh, it's one of the bots. Okay, well. Unstuckify it is. Got your water folding max now sitting at 36,000? My God, man. Oh, yeah. Let me put down the power billboard real quick. Where is that one? Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, we learned all about that one, didn't we? Yeah, well, fortunately, I also don't want to do cuts because that requires I take a lot of time to edit the videos, where now I record the video for an hour. I put it in the same template I've been using for 3 years to make videos. I just change the text. I export it and I upload it. And the whole process, including the time playing the game to make the video, is like at most 2.5 hours. Which works out great for me to be able to do this every single day and still have other stuff to get done. If I were doing edits like what RCE does for his videos, I could not put out more than one episode a week. I just couldn't do it. It would take so much time. Like, I don't know if any of you have ever worked in video production or editing or anything, but the general rule that I was taught when I was in school is that every hour of footage that you record is going to require 8 hours of some type of editing, whether that's doing rough cuts, final cuts, color correction, sound mixing, or compositing, or anything. Like, you're looking at a lot of work to put out one hour worth of content if you're actually spending time editing. It is just so much work. What do you use to edit? I have Adobe Premiere Pro. I've been using Creative Cloud for 7 or 8 years. The billboard won't kill bots. It'll just kill biobeavers, which I'm attempting to avoid. I don't think I could fit 100 power boards on the map, honestly. Why I spend hours cutting a video and templating to do right. Like, I went to school for this. Like, I know how to edit stuff. Well, documentary style. I'm not talking about like the fan cams or whatever fast Generation Z ADHD stuff is. I can't edit that. That's never been appealing to me. But like, I can produce video content. But as far as actually investing my time and stuff, I'd much rather be playing the games or doing live streams, talking to you guys, rather than spending 4, 5, 6 hours editing one video, when I can just plop it in, fix the audio levels, change what the graphics say, upload it, and then send it out. And people seem to like it, so hey, you know what they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I know he doesn't edit his own videos. He also has like over 1 million subscribers, and he probably makes 6 figures a year doing this, and has editors hired out. I'm one dude, and I live with my parents. So, no, I could not afford to hire an editor. Yeah, and that's the thing, is why I wouldn't want to do that. It would just be like everybody else's content. The thing that's fun about doing the unedited videos is it's like an authentic experience of playing the game and not a curated, highly edited, sanitized, whatever. So if I make a stupid mistake, you're going to see it, and you're going to see the effects it has on the gameplay, and you're going to see the whole process of fixing things. That's fun. Yes, Premiere Pro, the Adobe software. I've been using some variant of Premiere for so long, I haven't actually used anything else outside of Windows Movie Maker in, I don't know, middle school to make a project or something. I know DaVinci Resolve is supposed to be really good, and there is a free version of that, but I've not used it. All right. Put in some more explosives here. We're getting pretty close to being able to have this entire thing flattened out. So I don't know if I want to have that done today or not. I don't know if I'm going to have time to do all that today, but we'll see. It'd be interesting to see a Timberborn video shot in a documentary style. That would be hard. That would be very hard. I sound over 50. Really? I didn't think that was true. I did not say my beard grew in when I was 8. That is objectively false. No, I did know a girl in elementary school named Amanda, but she wasn't a bully. She was nice. Follow the life of one beaver on a follow cam. That honestly sounds like something RCE would do for like 30 seconds in a video as a bit. That would actually be pretty funny. Is it sad to go to the theater alone? No. No, go do fun stuff. Experience life. I loved going out to eat by myself when I was in college. Well, I say going out to eat, but it's not like a sit-down tablecloth kind of place. I would just go get food by myself. But it's funny. You can just sit there and people watch. Go to the theater, go to a concert, go do something. No, there's no shame in doing stuff by yourself. Sound like Brian from Family Guy, yikes. Is that like all Seth MacFarlane voices? Like all of those characters? Well, not like Lois or whatever. David Attenborough would go on about how the new beavers are ruining the ecology. God. Alright. I need these trees to hurry up and grow. We got stuff to do. I can plant more down here, though. So let's do that. And this actually reaches all the way over here, so I can take this out. Yeah, let's get all this out of here. And we can start detonating this stuff out of the way, although these trees still have to be accessible, so that would be something we want to keep in mind here. Truman Show, but for beavers? Oh, no. I feel like that would actually work on a map like this. That would take so much time. that would probably take months to actually recreate. Oh, this one didn't go off. Problem solved. This one tree is never going to grow because it's not irrigated. How is that not irrigated when all the rest of this is? Is that because... No, that's full. That's full. We just need more water to be going through here. So why is that? Thanks for being here, Luke. Appreciate you. Have a fantastic rest of your night. Let's game it out. Levels of video effort. Yeah, that man's a machine. I cannot believe the amount of stuff he puts in his videos. Like he'll spend like a month playing a game just to make like 5 minutes worth of advancement in one of his videos. Why not follow a builder bot? All right, we can do that. Yeah, if we're going to sit here talking, we can at least have something to look at. Ah, yes, here we go. YouTube says, now would be a good time to insert ads. Absolutely not. I am not putting ads into a live stream. That is evil. Well, when it's in VOD, I guess it's fine, but... Jesse, was it you that said you had a bunch of ads on that one video yesterday? I want to say that it was you. But... yeah, I went back and I looked at a bunch of them, and they had just stuffed so many stinking ads into these things. It made me super mad. Is anything being built? Yeah, I've got, I think I've got stuff being built. Yeah, it was, I guess he's not doing anything. Alright, well, we can come back and do that later. But it was absolutely insane, the amount of garbage they were shoveling into stuff. And what was really funny is because it automates, I figured out how it works. It automates based off of breaks in audio in the video. So if I had an episode where I would just not say anything for a couple seconds, sticks an ad break in there. But if I didn't stop talking, it wouldn't do it. I found a video that was an hour long that had no ad breaks in it. No automatic ad breaks. And then another one had 23. It's like, how you come on, man, you can't do this. That made me so mad. Like, not even just because it's completely insane to have 23 ad breaks in an hour 15-minute video, but because of how stupid it is, the way that they programmed that thing to work. Like, all right, an hour worth of content, I would expect, you know, maybe 3 or 4 ad breaks, and that's fine, whatever. But 23, absolutely not. Absolutely not. That is like unfathomable levels of stupidity. So yeah, I fixed that on a bunch of the videos, and I went back and made sure that at least none of the ones I published recently were that bad. But man, it is just, that's just awful. I just cannot believe that they would have done that. Filibustering prevents ads? I mean, yeah, kind of. What about having an ad break and a sponsorship deal? Well, I don't do those, so I don't know. I don't know how that would work. But you can, when you upload a video, you can have it automatically place mid-roll ads, or you can manually define them. So I imagine people that do that will manually define spots. Some YouTubers I've noticed actually bake it into their video. They'll have a couple frames of black or whatever where they put in the actual ads, so it doesn't cut up the rest of their content. Found out how to change names. Steve in Japanese. Okay. Well, Romanized Japanese, at least. Sutibu, I guess. My Japanese pronunciation's horrible. Oh, man, I love Post 10 videos. Every single one of those things he posts, I watch. I usually watch at 2 times speed, though, because his videos are really long. But the winter camping ones are great. And unclogging the beaver dams and all that stuff. Dude is just, he's got a great personality for that kind of content. Just really, really just positive guy. Always really knowledgeable about stuff. I gotta get some... Can they not reach this? Oh, no, he can't reach that. Okay. I gotta get this guy irrigated so he can finish growing. But I don't know... how I'm gonna solve that problem. Because this is kind of separated. I guess there's probably not really a good way to do it. It's one tree just for out... But I only... Look at all the wood I don't have. All right, fine. Fine, we'll remove it. Rest in peace, those 8 pieces of wood that we could have used to make more bombs. All right, now we can put that dynamite there, and then we can get rid of some of this. Oh, I can't even set it off yet, because that would isolate this guy by himself. Tree killer, yep, that's me. Change of subject. How was your week? Anything interesting? Well, I made a lot of videos. That's most of what I do now is make videos, and I do my other jobs, quote unquote. But I did some photography for football the other day. That was pretty fun. Always nice to do those. And working on some other projects unrelated to anything I'm doing on here, which is nice for a little change of pace. But yeah, most of my time these days is either recording videos or something like that. If ASMR doesn't give you physical sensations, usually a tingle, it's not actually ASMR. Correct. I like the way you can't say water, you say water. Well, I don't say wooder. That would be New Jersey people would say wooder. Americans don't generally enunciate the T in a word that has T's in the middle. We don't say water. Someone who is learning English and is not native to North America or Europe will say water frequently, but it's just, that's not something we generally say. Currently playing Skyrim in Japanese. That sounds like a nightmare. Do they have actual Japanese, like, spoken dialogue? Or is it just the menus in Japanese? So I can listen, comprehend a little bit, but I can't read it. Hardly at all. Like, there's some, like, very common words I'll be able to recognize on sight, but I don't know any kanji or anything. Americans also love removing letters from words. Well, I mean, I don't pronounce a U in color. I don't pronounce it Kalur. Kalur, Kalur sounds like some like Midwestern wine mom trying to say Kahlua or something. Okay, I don't say all. I can't stand that. That just drives me insane. See you, Fabrizio. Thanks for stopping by. What's the problem with the coffee? That is a good question. We have plenty of beans. They don't have paper, so they can't do the coffee with the paper. So that's why I've been trying to get this tree thing kind of advanced as fast as I can. Because we have to be able to actually make paper. Yeah, so we do have some trees that can be cut. So let's hope they get in here to do so. Because I really can't detonate much of any of this until all the trees are gone. Or else it's going to cause problems. In Cockney, water is more like water. Something like that. Haven't what all the explosives? Haven't set all the explosives. No, I know. We're working on it. I'm trying to avoid a scenario in which I isolate a bunch of these trees where they can't be removed. Food-wise, we're looking pretty good, although I think we're missing... What a good sound. Where's my... there we go. We are missing fermented... Really? We're missing fermented soybeans? I thought we had enough soybeans. Maybe I've got to plant more. Kohlrabies, we don't really have a lot of either. I don't even have any... what do you call it? Canola. Yeah, I'm going to take away... Someone in a very loud, straight-piped car just drove by. I'm going to take some of this away to plant some more stuff. By some of this, I mean probably all of this. So kohlrabis are there. How close are these? Well, it doesn't really matter, I guess. I could just kind of plant whatever, wherever. And probably be fine. I will put another 30 or however many soybeans are in here. When is the series complete? What's on the to-do list? I want to automate everything and have 500 bio-beavers actually surviving. That would be my end game for this. But if there's something you want to see, then I'm definitely open to that. I also have to still put in all of the monuments, which we probably aren't going to be able to do today because we don't have enough resources. Yeah, I know. I told you this was going to be a completely stupid, ridiculous playthrough. That was the whole point. Yeah, they need to come get these trees out of here. You want to see a shower tower? We already had one. You had your shower tower. What else do you want me to do about it? Gotta float the beaver statue. Okay, the problem is this I can't flood because there's actually stuff down here we need. So that's going to be a difficult thing to make happen. Also, that guy's probably not staying down there because it can't access... Wow. It can't access all of the barracks and everything. Internet is having problems. I'm going to catch you all next time. Have a great night. Don't kill all the beavers. Hey, thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. Maybe it would be cool to completely fill in everything with platforms. Then we can't grow anything. That would be kind of a problem if we weren't able to produce any food. All right, what is all this? So many... Oh, man, I got too many notifications. I made the mistake of opening my phone because somebody sent me a text and now I got... It just completely fills up. So we'll see if we can get our soybeans taken care of a little bit better. Having more of these. They just tend to grow really, really slowly. I don't know what the deal is. Eggplants. We have tons of eggplants. So maybe we should actually reduce the size of our eggplant area here. I guess we don't really need all that many, so I'm going to unplant all of those, and I think I'll replant them as soybeans. Did you ever build... Oh, I didn't build a clutch. Oh, no. Oh, man, what am I going to attach it to? So I did tell you I would build one, but I don't have... No, I did not build a number cruncher. I said I was going to put it here, and then you were like, no, that's where the showers go. I'm sure you sent it just like that. Oh, I can't research it. Oh, too bad. Oh, no. Oh, I don't have 1500 science. Line outside. You can't build outside the map. Reinforced platforms so you can have side platforms over the whole edge. Oh, no. I could have a train loop. Davey, a clutch is, it's a mod battery smooth made that basically is a thing that you put in between different things that are receiving power to turn it on or off at whim. And one of the most useful applications would be for turning number crunchers on and off based off of how much power you're producing. But I don't have enough science to research number crunchers, so I guess I can't do that. Can confirm the game is very unhappy when placing a building outside the map. Yeah, it's basically a switch. But we don't have enough wood currently to put one of those in. Although, the number crunchers can work underwater. That's not a problem. The issue is I would have to fill in the smiley face, and I would have to have beavers go down into the water to do that. Is this some sort of European joke that I drive too many automatics to understand? Hey, it's legitimately hard to find a manual transmission car here, unless you're buying a very expensive performance vehicle. It is almost impossible to find a brand new car with a manual transmission, and most of them are kind of garbage. I mean, back in the 90s, yeah, sure, probably most cars you could option with manual outside of, like, I don't know, a minivan or something. Kowloon City of Beavers. I mean, that's kind of what this is, to a certain extent. You've only ever driven a manual? I've never driven a manual. I've only ever been in a car with a manual transmission maybe twice in my life. Yeah, stick shift in traffic is miserable. Well, I mean, I haven't driven it, but everyone I know who owns one hates it. Like, they will not have their only car they own be a manual because it's just impossible to drive in traffic. How do you engine brake? You, the way that the gears are set up, you kind of don't need to, because the computer will automatically downshift in certain situations, or you also have the option, depending on how many gears your transmission has, to manually select some of the lower gears. Like our minivan has I think it's a 5-speed with overdrive, but it'll let me select first gear, second gear, third gear, or there is an option to do, it says D3 on the button. And if you push that, it locks the automatic transmission into first, second, and third gear. So if you're descending a mountain, you can put it in that, and then you can engine brake down. But it's very uncommon in the U.S. unless you live in a really mountainous area to ever really do engine braking. Everything's so flat most places. But most other automatics have at least the first 2 gears separated on the gear shift, so you can manually go into them, but you don't clutch to go in there. You just move the lever, and the computer at the next moment it can just shifts for you. Some of them have what's called, well, they have different names for it: selective shift, bump shift, sequential, manual, whatever, which you're still not pushing the clutch in, but you can tell the computer to shift the car into a different gear, or you'll have the paddles on the steering wheel or whatever. Yeah, most modern cars, at least ones in the US, are designed in such a way where the brakes actually do function, and you don't have to engine brake. With newer brakes, you're much less likely to need to worry about issues when going down mountains unless they have done a horrible maintenance job. Yeah. The one thing I will say, we have a Honda Odyssey The brakes in that are the worst brakes of any car I have ever driven. They were undersized, and they warp constantly. And they wear out just so fast. It's like they just took the brakes from the Accord and just slapped them in a vehicle that weighs 1,000 pounds more. Like, you can't do that. So anytime we do a big long road trip, we'll almost always completely go through a set of brake pads in 5,000 miles. And then the rotors heat up and they warp weird, and so it'll make this horrible like squealing noise every time it rotates around. So it's super annoying. Engine braking gives you better control in ice and snow. Well, the thing is that here, people just have for some reason, all decided we're going to own enormous four-wheel drive pickup trucks and SUVs, and that's what they drive in the snow. It's very uncommon, at least where I live, to see someone not driving a giant truck or an SUV. The small cars are almost impossible to find new unless you buy from a Japanese or Korean manufacturer. Another one is salt issues on the coast, but that's all for all steel parts in the vehicle. I had one car melt when I moved back to the coast, and the whole structure became Swiss cheese. Yikes. Yeah, where I live, we don't salt the roads because it almost never snows. So cars are usually pretty well preserved, but pretty much anywhere in, say, the Midwest or the Northeast, your car is going to be rusted out inside of 15 years. Easy. Oh, I don't need to put that there. There's also this really, really strange, like, compensation thing that some Americans do with giant vehicles where they feel like they're morally superior to you because they drive a big truck, and that if you drive a small car that there's something wrong with you, or that you need to be, like, threatened or run off the road. So in some ways, driving a small car here is almost like a suicidal ideation. It is legitimately dangerous to operate a small car here in a lot of places. That, and if you get into a car accident with anything, you're instantly just going to be pink mist. It's impossible to survive. Must be a reason they're not cutting down all the trees. Well, I'll have you know they are marked for cutting, and there are, in fact, beavers within range to cut them down. They just seem to be taking these trees out first. Jokes jokes on them, watch me bay park in a parallel. Yeah, people do that. Or there's some communities that will have golf carts that people use as personal transportation, which is cool because, you know, it's an little electric vehicle, short range, low speed, but if you live in a little community, you don't have to go very far. It's actually a perfect thing. But people will just park straight in parallel parking spots with those. My Mini has been repaired so many times, it's only half the car I had originally, but it is original. Yeah, that's funny when you start replacing parts and things. What's it called? The ship of thesis thought problem or whatever? Or like, at what point does it start being a different ship than the one you started with if you replace individual parts enough? Listen, I'm a stupid American. I'm not supposed to know all the Greek pronunciation. It's probably not even Greek either, but... Wow, we've been going 4 hours and 20 minutes. My butt hurts. I want to get all these... I want to get all this blasted down, though. That's like the whole idea that I've had about why I'm still streaming. But I gotta get them to cut these stinking trees down. Like, let's go, dudes. There's 4 of you. Make it happen. Looks kind of cool if you just do that really fast. Whee! All right, I think we're getting bored here. We got to wrap this up. Let's get them to cut these trees down and then get all this out of here. So I will put in a lumberjack flag right there. No, I don't want to remove cutting from the lower trees because I actually do need those trees. I just need someone to come up here and get these trees out. Alright, I think our soybean situation is improving. It's just going to take a long time to get where we want to be. Trees are too far away. No, they're not. No, these are all in range. That's not the problem. The problem was they had stuff up here to get, and they hadn't done that yet. I'm not unmarking the lower trees. The beavers are exhausted because they don't have paper to make coffee cups. Because I have the coffee time mod that makes coffee into a essential need. So until we have more paper, they can't have coffee. That probably is a huge part of why this is going so poorly. But we have so many of these bots that it really shouldn't matter. Like, the builders are all bots, and most of the food production's bots, so it's not really affecting that much. No coffee filters and cups make a zombie beaver. Correct. When this gets blasted down, that will be the end of the stream. I just got to make sure we can actually accomplish this. The lower trees aren't growing too quickly. They're growing the exact same speed as every other tree. Just got to get James Jeffrey here to work a little bit faster, that's all. Probably could actually have used another one, but we don't really have the option currently to put anything else here. At some point, I think my computer will also run out of space to record. I'll go forever. No, well, so they're getting to some of this stuff now. Yeah, but they are working a little bit slower because of the lack of coffee. Minus 20% movement speed and working speed. Well, I have 150 unworking beavers, so might as well just stick a couple more in here for the sake of it. Put a couple more to work. Always take that out later. Yeah, so these guys can still reach, well, some of these. I do have a lumberjack at the end of the dead-end path. Oh, you must be a couple minutes behind. We're so very, very close. How many square blocks deep can you go? Not too much further from here, but I'm going to keep this at this level because that's what all the rest of this is. We got to be close, though. What are you doing up here? Get to work. Cut the trees down. There you go. Good job. Hey, it's been nearly 5 hours. I'm scraping the bottom of the creative barrel. Look, it happens. And people are always asking for longer streams. But Alex Cousin's going to be mad because it's Japan time. It's the middle of the night. Well, I guess now it's like 9:30 in the morning over there. But I started the stream while he was probably sleeping. For a second there, it looked like a Star Destroyer. I don't think I saw that. All right, we are very, very close, friends. Very close. Just got a few left. And I will go ahead and get this forester out of here. Make that explosive. Start removing our lanterns here. And then we will need to, of course, detonate all of these as well. I actually have a copy of Someone Saved from Thousand Islands from Cycle 300. Oh, no. All dynamited out, modified save for 250-day droughts. That sounds absolutely mental. Oh, you want a clips channel? Is that going to encourage you to exploit things out of context? I feel like that could be a very dangerous thing for me to do. It's allow you to do that kind of stuff. Now I have to decide how I'm going to irrigate the rest of this, because I don't think it has to be this far back. This distance from the side is probably good. Was this 3, 6, 9, 12? 12 blocks from the side. The corner is still irrigated. But if I move it further this way, is that going to unirrigate this tile? I don't have a way of measuring the, I guess, moistness of the dirt, which is unfortunate. But I think I would like it to be on this same straight path here. It wasn't MP3, really. With great power comes great memeability. Yeah, okay. Isn't it 15 horizontal and 13 diagonal? Just count. Oh. Well, I didn't know that. Let's... Well, if that's the case, then right here... Well, maybe right here would actually work perfectly. But we'll see. We will see what happens. But then I'm going to have to fill this hole in because I made this double depth. Oh, that's going to be annoying because I don't have a terraforming station anymore. I have to put that one back in. All right, folks. We are close. We are very, very close. Just got to get all this done. I think your issue right now is the dynamite chunk by the path. Dynamite chunk by the path, so it has to... the cart's cutting stuff off again. So it has to route strangely and adds distance to the corner. Yeah, that's probably it. Would not surprise me in the slightest. That's done. I think they can still reach all this. All right, just fill this completely up here. Got a little bit left, and then we'll set this all off at once. Although I think I can go ahead and do this one. Yay! That works. Go ahead and plant this tree here. Now the fun thing is going to be I'm going to have to put another, what do you call it? Forester over here. I don't know exactly where that's going to be. Going to have to unplant trees for the water dump. Not necessarily, because I was planning on putting it maybe right about here. But that's all done, so you know what that means. Time for explosion. Beautiful. Absolutely glorious. All right, let's get rid of the path. Get rid of the ladder. And now, I know there's not an overlay for range on this, but I think I'm going to want to put this right about here. I'm going to mark this. I'm going to pause the game. Mark this with some dynamite. Let's count diagonals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think that'll be fine. This goes here. That should be in range. So if I put that there, if not, we'll just fill it back in. But if I do that, then this can go up to here. And then let's check our forester range. This one forester could go in this spot and get all of the trees. That would be super nice. Take up a minimum amount of space. So let's do that. Get rid of that. And then right here is going to have to be terraformed in place, which means I need to do, just for right now, put that guy back in just to fill this one in. And then that's going to, I'm sure, flood, but it's not going to kill the trees. That'll be a-okay. This guy can go away. But I will leave this path here because I can put in a pair of lumberjacks and then just have the path connect. And there we go. These guys can reach a decent bit of this. These guys, I probably am not going to keep all of them right here, but that'll get us most of the way we want to go. 200 treated planks for one. I'm going to get 75% of them back. Look, what I need this to be growing a tree. So what do you want me to do? Yeah, it's easy to forget that you do get the refund for stuff. Oh, it's almost 9 o'clock? Sheesh. You guys bullied me into live streaming really late. At work, I have a touchscreen, mouse, keyboard, and scanner all used at the same time. That sounds like overload. Oh no, you're bullying me. No, we're done after this. I just have to get this in place or I'm gonna go insane. Plus, it's funny to just build this whole thing to put one block of dirt in. That is objectively pretty hilarious. You gotta admit that. Alright, so I think I'm fine to just go ahead and plant all of this like we had been doing. Alright, now this is in place. Come forth and put in this tiny little bit of dirt. Any plans for log storage near the trees? Not really, because all the logs are being used there, and this is a pretty small map. It would take more space to store the logs than it would be worth in terms of time because we have bots. All right, they filled it in, so now I can actually. Oh no! No, 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 no. Oh, God, why? Oh, no, there's two of them that aren't. Two of them are not irrigated. I'm being punished. Okay. I was really trying to avoid having this rotated weirdly. But I think what we're going to have to do... I hate this. We're going to have to put this here instead so it can be a little closer to the corner there. Just move the whole... Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Oh, man. But hey, guess what? You know what that means? It means I can fill in the terrain block again. Oh, no, I hate this so much. Yeah, if I would have deleted this, I would have been mad, man. I would have been inconsolable. Oh no. Yeah, well, in fairness to you, I did not count perfectly diagonal, so it's not your fault. But man, is that annoying? That's so irritating. Yeah, now it's really dried out. 96% really finish this thing. There you go. All right, MallesBixie, give us some water here. What fun, huh? But hey, it's flattened out. That took a really long time. But I can start planting some more soybeans, it looks like. The number cruncher is going to be a whole thing. I don't have time for that today. But now all of the trees are irrigated, so there's no danger of that being a problem. All right, so this guy, if I put a lumberjack flag here, good, this can still reach that. I will do that instead. Get rid of that. So actually what I will do here is put in one of these guys, while being the teeth grindstone here, and then in the center of all of this, do that. I think that works. So these guys, well, once they're good to go, should be... do I actually need 4 of these, though? I don't think I do. I think it'll be just fine. Could put an irrigation channel under the road. I could. I could, and I probably should have done that, but eh. It's just more evaporation. And if this is all constantly monitored, it should be fine. All right, so that is that's all our planting. Now this is one step closer to being fully functional again. Oh, we have homeless beavers. I need to build more housing. So let's do that real quick. Not that they really have all the materials to build everything. But, yep. Lots and lots of good stuff done today. I think we can be very happy with this. Plenty of stuff still to do. I think realistically, depending on how this goes, we could have another 5 or 6 hours worth of play on this before we completely finish. Yep, appreciate you guys being here. And I'm not doing a poll on the number cruncher. Appreciate all the donations, memberships, and everything, and all of the fun we get to have together. So hope I can see some of you back tomorrow. It's going to be a little bit later, so I understand those of you in Europe and elsewhere probably are not going to be able to be there, but should still be fun. I will poll to see if people want to see City Skylines 2 or Satisfactory, so make sure you vote in that, and then we'll see what happens. But yep, about to start a drought, and that's a perfect spot to end it. So we will see you in the next one. Have a good one, friends. Bye-bye.